at gbhnews.org. GBH News. What matters to you?
I'm Jim Browdy. Ahead on the 11 o'clock hour BPR, United States forces invaded Venezuela and deposed its authoritarian leader, Nicolas Maduro, just over the weekend. As it all unfolded, Trump's own cabinet seemed unclear about what comes next. Who will run the country now? Trump says it's us. And who stands to benefit from the escalation? We'll dedicate the first hour to this, starting with Tufts University's Daniel Drezner.
I'm Marjorie Eagland. Then we'll turn it over to you to get your thoughts on law. Another illegal war for oil, or the right move at the right time, or a big wag the dog style distraction. From Epstein and economic issues at home, where are you in the ouster of Maduro, Trump's further threats against Colombia, Greenland, and more? Call or text 11 o'clock hour at BPR and GBH and any PM.
Live from NPR News in Washington, I'm Corva Coleman. Deposed Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro is at a federal courthouse in New York City. He was captured over the weekend in a U.S. military operation in Caracas. NPR's Jasmine Gars reports from New York. Maduro faces U.S. charges, including drug trafficking.
Dozens of protesters gathered outside the courthouse ahead of deposed President Nicolás Maduro's indictment. Tensions escalated quickly between those who expressed outrage over the U.S. incursion in Venezuela and those who support it. Maria Su from Venezuela was visibly emotional. She said, quote, I'm happy to see him enter court today and pay for everything. The deposed Venezuelan president is expected to appear before a judge for a brief hearing that will likely kick off a prolonged legal fight. Jasmine Garst, NPR News, New York.
President Trump is saying the U.S. will run Venezuela, and he indicated that could include with the help of Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth and Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Trump also says U.S. oil companies will return to Venezuela to take charge of its enormous oil resources. Trump is further musing about U.S. military action in other countries. He specified the president of Colombia, whose country neighbors Venezuela. He's talked about Cuba, and he's demanding control of Greenland. Defense Secretary Hegseth says he is sending a letter of censure to Arizona Democratic Senator Mark Kelly. Hegseth is citing Kelly's participation in a short video released last year. Kelly and 5 other lawmakers called on U.S. troops to resist illegal orders and uphold the Constitution. Hegseth, he's taking a necessary process step that could lead to a demotion in rank for Kelly. The Arizona senator is a retired Navy captain. Minnesota Democratic Governor Tim Walz has announced today he is ending his bid for re-election. Minnesota Public Radio's Dana Ferguson has more.
The second-term governor said in a statement that he will not pursue a third term in office. Walz launched a re-election campaign in September. He said he wants to spend the last year of his term rooting out fraud in state programs. And he said another campaign could pull focus from that. The move comes after the Walz administration faced increasing scrutiny over that issue. The Trump administration has placed a national spotlight on misuse of government funds in recent weeks. Walz was first elected governor in 2018 and previously represented southern Minnesota in Congress. He ran unsuccessfully for vice president on the Democratic ticket in 2024. He says he's confident a Democrat can win the governor's office in November. For NPR News, I'm Dana Ferguson in St. Paul.
A judge in Wisconsin has resigned. Hannah Dugan was convicted last month of obstructing justice after she helped a migrant who appeared in her courtroom earlier last year evade federal immigration officials. On Wall Street, the Dow's up 650 points. This is NPR.
Good morning. With the latest from the GBH Newsroom, I'm Henry Santoro. Massachusetts Representatives Seth Moulton and Jim McGovern have weighed in on President Trump's war with Venezuela. NBC 10 reports the two were responding to President Trump's announcement that the U.S. conducted a large-scale strike on Venezuela early Saturday, kidnapping its president, Nicolas Maduro, and his wife following months of attacks on boats accused of carrying drugs. Congressional Democrats also quick to lay into Trump for what they see as the president overstepping Congress. Both Moulton and McGovern took to social media over the weekend saying that Congress did not authorize this war. And for the first time in 100 years, Massachusetts officials are moving to allow widespread consumption of shellfish living in Boston Harbor. Last time shellfish from Boston Harbor was allowed for consumption was 1925. Universal Hub reports that last week's move by the Division of Marine Fisheries doesn't mean that local shellfish harvesters will immediately be able to advertise that Boston Harbor clams are local clams and local clams are fresh, because Winthrop, Hingham, and Hull must first draft shellfish harvesting regulations, which the state says it plans to help them do. All comes down in part to the multi-billion-dollar cleanup of Boston Harbor, which is a long way from the 1988 presidential campaign when the harbor was referred to as a cesspool. In sports, the Celtics host the Bulls at the Garden tonight. 23 degrees in Boston right now. This is GBH News.
Support for NPR comes from the Skoll Foundation, dedicated to powering social innovators to transform the world. Learn more at skoll.org. And Jarl and Pamela Mohn, focusing on civil liberties, foster youth, public radio, and the arts.
Happy 2026. We are back from vacation. You're listening to BPR and GBH and NEPM, Jim Browdy and Marjorie Egan, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. Tomorrow we're going to be at the Boston Public Library with Congressman Jake Auchincloss zooming in. The governor, Ask the AG with Andrea Joy Campbell is going to be January 13th from 11 to 12. That's at the library, as is Ask the Mayor with Michelle Wu on January 20th. Hey, Jim.
Hey, I missed you. How are you doing?
I am very well rested and all that stuff.
Nothing happened
Very
while we
calm.
were away,
Yeah,
so
nothing
no big
happened.
deal.
No.
Yeah, exactly. Another year, another Trump-fueled news cycle. While many of us were blissfully unplugged for a holiday vacation, the U.S. military and other pieces of our government were busy invading Venezuela, snatching its dictatorial ruler, Nicolas Maduro. On Saturday, Trump announced the move and repeatedly kept what, at least to me, appears to be his real goal front and center.
As everyone knows, the oil business in Venezuela has been a bust, a total bust. They were pumping almost nothing by comparison to what they could have been pumping. In addition, Venezuela unilaterally seized and stole American oil. They took all of our property. It was our of oil infrastructure was taken like we were babies. We built Venezuela oil industry. Very importantly, the embargo on all Venezuelan oil remains in full effect. We're going to have our very large United States oil companies, the biggest anywhere in the world.
Oil. Joining us now on Zoom to help us make sense of what comes next, who will run the country, how deep United States involvement might become, is Daniel Drezner. He's a distinguished professor of international politics and academic dean at the Fletcher School of Law and Diplomacy at Tufts. Daniel Drezner, welcome back. Very good to see you.
Thanks for having me. I'm glad you think I know what's going to happen.
Yeah, well, that is the $64,000 question, I guess. But we do have Maduro's in New York City, going to be in court soon. So where are we Monday morning at 11 o'clock?
Well, we know the Maduros are no longer in power. We know that they are under indictment. Originally from 2020, and then it was apparently a sealed indictment that was slightly updated this past year. What we don't know is a lot, though. We don't know the degree to which the Trump administration was able to do this with some cooperation from elements within the Maduro government. Whatever you think of this, tactically, the fact that it was done without any loss of American life, although there was loss of other lives, is rather extraordinary. It strongly suggests that there were elements within the regime that were willing to be somewhat more pliant on this. There's been conflicting stories about whether or not Venezuela's new acting president, Rodriguez, I think, is negotiated with the Trump administration or not. And there's been conflicting stories about the degree to which she has been in contact with Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Trump implied on Saturday that they'd had a long conversation. She was more belligerent after that. And I think the most obvious thing that's unclear is who actually is going to run Venezuela going forward. It seems obvious that what the Trump administration is hoping is that they can just sort of clear their throat every once in a while and cause the regime to do whatever it is that they want to do. And having snatched Maduro and his wife, you could see why there might actually be some deterrent effect there. But it remains to be seen whether this will actually be the case. It's also worth remembering there is a Nobel Peace Prize winner in the opposition who wants to take over. But honestly, I've seen reports suggesting that the reason Trump doesn't necessarily want her to take over is because she won the Nobel Peace Prize that Donald Trump so desperately covets.
Well, and by the way, when she won the Nobel Peace Prize, Marjorie and I were talking about this over the weekend, she went out of her way to thank Donald Trump. And the first words not first words, but among the words he uttered in this rambling, incoherent address the other day over the weekend about Venezuela was that she is not respected back home, even though her party won the election and just won the Nobel Peace Prize.
She was praising him all over the place, big time, and it seems to have done her absolutely no good.
So can we get back to this, who's running? So Trump said repeatedly that we, the United States, are running this country. Marco Rubio went out of his way on the Sunday shows to say, no, we're running the policy, meaning that we're going to use oil as leverage to ensure their outcomes. If running the country means what normal people think running the country is, you actually do it. How does one do that without having United States troops on the ground, which Trump sort of blithely seemed to suggest was okay with him?
Clearly, what Trump is hoping is that the audacity of what happened over the weekend, the fact that U.S. forces were able to get Maduro, take him out, it shows evidence of a variety of things. First, that there were significant intelligence assets by the United States in the country, so they know what's going on. Second, that the Venezuelan military might seem more like a paper tiger, perhaps, than previously had been thought. I think what Trump is hoping is that he can literally govern Venezuela by tweet. In other words, that the very act of this sort of demonstration effect of getting Maduro and his wife out of the country, he hopes that he can therefore just say, do something else. Otherwise, we are going to have to go in again and get Delcy Rodriguez, who's the acting president, or someone else. And is hoping that sufficiently intimidates the existing government apparatus such that they will do whatever the administration wants. Now, this seems possible but highly unlikely because, among other things, it's not obvious whether there's going to be more cooperation with the U.S. if Delcy Rodriguez refuses to participate. And so the real question is, to what extent do people think that Trump is bluffing now versus not? And you can argue that because he actually did this, because he had threatened to do this and then did it, I think he and the rest of the administration believes that they have a credible threat to coerce the current regime. But it should be obvious right now that the post-war planning in Venezuela makes the post-war planning in Iraq look like a doctoral thesis. And as we all know, that didn't go very well either.
Well, by the way, we all know what we thought, at least I thought until yesterday, was Colin Powell's "If you break it, you own it." It turns out Tom Friedman jealously made the point in his column yesterday. It was Friedman who lent the phrase to Colin Powell. It seems to me, even if you're right about this inside information, I wouldn't call this regime change. I mean, while Maduro is gone, Rodriguez is there, who was the head of the intelligence operation. The guy whose name I forget, who was the key leader of the anti-human rights campaigns going back as far as Chavez, is there. And so I don't. Are human rights and democracy even part of the equation, other than a couple of words from Trump over the weekend? It's about oil, control, and end of story, no?
Well, I would say a couple of things on this. The first is, yes, I mean, I'm a political scientist, so to get technical, this isn't a change in regime, it's a change in government. In other words, you've changed the leader of the country. Right,
exactly.
It's no longer Maduro, it is now Delcy Rodriguez. But the entire Chavista regime still appears to be in existence. And the interesting question is, are they going to go for regime change, or are they hoping that they can basically work with this government to secure what they want? And this goes to the second point, and this is the part where I think it's legitimately and clear.
Daniel, we're losing you for a second
Trump
here. We have
did this because of the oil.
Can you go back about a sentence or two? You were buffering.
And I'm not necessarily going to disagree, because anyone who listens, come to the same conclusion. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Go back a sentence or two, if you don't mind.
Anyone who's listening to Trump's Saturday press conference?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. What I would say is that sorry.
Go wherever you want to go. Go ahead. Just keep going.
What I would say is that it was you were talking about whether or not Trump did this just because of the oil, and Trump clearly believes that he did it because of the oil. I mean, that came through loud and clear in the Saturday press conference. What is not clear to me at all is whether that's why we actually went into Venezuela. In other words, I'm not sure it was Donald Trump's call as much as it was Marco Rubio's, who is the current Secretary of State / National Security Advisor / I don't know, Jack, maybe Viceroy of Venezuela at this point. But the point being that Rubio has displayed remarkable ideological flexibility over the course of his political career. But the one thing that he has
That's
been
one way to put it.
Yes. Well, trying to be graceful
A lot
about
of flip-flopping.
Yeah, go ahead.
But the one thing he has actually been consistent about is his pure hawkishness when it comes to Latin America. He has wanted to see the end of Fidel Castro. He has wanted to see the end of the Maduro regime in Venezuela. I'm sure he wants to see the end of the Sandinista regime in Nicaragua. And the question becomes, was this an operation in which Trump was out in front and really wanted to do it? Or was this an operation in which Marco Rubio, Steve Miller combined, and there was reporting about this over the fall, really sort of, brought him along with the argument of we can do this super quick, super lightning quick. The reason I think this is important is that I do think Rubio probably does want to see regime change, genuine regime change. Whether or not it's actually going to happen is another question entirely. But it might be that Rubio, to bring Trump along, has to sell, the oil angle to him on this. In other words, he has to make the sale that this is the thing to do because the U.S. is somehow going to make a profit on it, because rather than the ordinary Iraq war, we're now going to do Iraq but take the oil.
We're talking to Daniel Drezner from Tufts.
That's another thing that I don't understand. Okay, we know that Venezuela has massive amounts of crude oil and that their ability to get it out of the ground is really a mess and the infrastructure is a mess and all that. But I don't understand how we wind up who makes the money here, because somebody's going to have to pay billions of dollars to fix the infrastructure. Yeah. I don't know. Does Chevron and Shell want to go in and do that?
Chevron's there still.
Chevron's already there, so they might be eager to expand operations. But you're right that, again, I think the sale was made to Donald Trump saying, look at Venezuela. They have the largest oil reserves in the world, which is technically correct. What was not said to Trump, or perhaps what he doesn't read, is that a lot of those oil reserves are really hard to get to, and it's going to take 10 years and billions of dollars of investment to get Venezuela's oil industry back in sort of fighting shape. And furthermore, by doing that, you're probably going to lower the price of oil, which will also reduce the amount of profit. It's also not clear, like Trump keeps talking about, oil, the oil majors going back into Venezuela. I have yet to see any reports indicating that that is actually what they are inclined to do. Chevron, as you pointed out, already has skin in the game.
Yes.
They're probably going to go back. There are other firms, however, where Chavez, when he was president of Venezuela, did expropriate. And Trump is not wrong when he points out that Venezuela's state oil industries, PDVSA, was an industry that used to be considered pretty good, and the Chavistas ran into the ground. But it is going to take a much longer time to get Venezuela's oil sector back to where it was.
So I guess that's the question: is how does that help us in the United States? The people that are worried about. I mean, you could say people would be happy if their gas prices were lower, but I'm not clear how that.
Well, if Daniel's right, that wasn't, and Rubio was really the guiding force here. It was the oil thing was just a bone to throw to Trump.
And there's another weird
shiny trinket almost.
There's another weird theory floating around.
Trinket,
is that Maduro seeming to mock Donald Trump and all these pictures of him dancing around, and you probably saw him in the perp walk when he was wishing all the DEA agents Happy New Year in a very kind of defiant, I'm still the dictator even though I'm in handcuffs kind of way. That what really pushed Trump over the top was he thought Maduro was making fun of him.
I've read those reports too. I mean, also I have to admit, having looked at the dance, Maduro does a pretty good Trump dancing impression. Frankly, I thought.
Okay, can I get to the thing, Daniel Drezner? I'm not worried about what Marjorie's worried about. I am worried about two sets of things. One of which you wrote about and used the term neo-royalist, and for one, which I'd never heard before. You can explain it to me. Two things I'm worried about are one. That it basically says to President Xi, you can do the same thing in Taiwan, and it's going to be a little hard for us to explain the difference. And you, President Putin, can attempt to do the same thing in Ukraine. That's on one part of the world. The other part of the world is in the last, since Saturday morning, Cuba, Colombia, Mexico have all been mentioned as evil-doing states. And if you're right, particularly about Rubio, who I thought was more obsessed with Cuba than he was with Venezuela, are either of those fears on my part exaggerated, or are they real?
They're pretty real, I would say. I mean, so neo-royalism, just to explain to our listeners, was a concept that my colleagues Abraham Newman and Stacey Goddard came up with in an article they published about a month or two ago, arguing that the way Trump sees the world isn't about dealing with sovereign states. It's about dealing with elites, whether they are autocrats running governments or plutocrats running firms and so forth. And so in his mind, the person he wanted to deal with was Maduro, and the person he wanted to get rid of was Maduro. And this also means that essentially, if he can sort of create this cabal of elites whereby they can sort of divvy up the world's assets in the sort of spheres of influence structure that we talked about when I was on last time about the national security strategy, the idea is that if Trump gets to do what he wants in the Western Hemisphere, the quid pro quo for that would be that China gets to do what it wants within its sphere of influence, and Russia gets to do what it wants within its sphere of influence. We will see how this plays out, obviously. Now, with respect to the other countries that you mentioned, I think, again, I don't know if the U.S. is actually going to try to use force in all of these places, but the point of this strike being, again, as tactically successful as it was in terms of getting Maduro, I think for this administration, they are just going to try to repeat, do this on repeat in terms of warning other countries. If you cross us, look what we did in Venezuela. We can potentially do this to you. By the way, not just, as you said, Colombia, Mexico, and Cuba. You've also seen them start talking about Greenland again.
Greenland, I forgot Greenland.
Which is, another one. And in some of these cases, the U.S. military probably could de facto actually do it. The question is whether they would. In the case of Maduro, there actually was an indictment, even though this was, everyone pretty much acknowledges, a blatant violation of international law. In terms of domestic U.S. law, there was at least a federal indictment after Maduro. You could see them trying to do the same thing with Cuban leaders, maybe with Claudia Sheinbaum, although that would be much harder. It would be really hard to do it with NATO's leaders. But the point is, there becomes a question of, like, is there a line that Trump won't cross? And I think the message the administration is trying to send is, no, there isn't any line they won't cross.
By the way, what does this all mean for the killing of the people in the boats? This clearly was not about drugs. That's the president said.
Yeah, it was remarkable how drugs sort of faded away from the conversation, particularly even during the press conference. I think it was mentioned once or twice, and not really after that. Those killings were a violation of international law. There was a reason why the U.S. Southcom commander back in September resigned from his position after the first boat strike. It was clear he had qualms about how this was going to go, and he didn't want to be a part of it. This is those are all blatant violations of international law. The question is whether there'll be any repercussions from it. And that's always the thing with the Trump administration, which is, will there be any repercussions from this? It wouldn't surprise me if, let's say, January 19th of 2029, Trump pardons everyone who played a role in this, in Operation, Unending Resolve. I can't remember what it's.
I don't know, but it kind of belies I think the lie that they were telling, that this was ever about drugs.
Well, they use the term narco-terrorist. Before you say Maduro's name, you have to say narco-terrorist. And then,
it doesn't,
can I, if you're wrong about the, Daniel Drezner, about the level
Jim, I'm often wrong, so yeah, go with that.
No more than I, trust me. If you're wrong about the level of cooperation, obviously there was some level of cooperation for this to be handled so brilliantly from inside the higher-ups of Venezuela. If you're wrong about the breadth of it, though, and what the vice president, who I don't think is the acting president yet, even though the Supreme Court there said she's got to become it, but the person running the country and her stern language was legit and not posturing, and they continue with that position, and it's just the same regime but without the prior head. 90 days from now, when Trump's bluff has been called by them, do we end up sending troops to Venezuela to, if nothing else, save Trump's face? We have minutes.
I think the answer to that is, do you start seeing more Venezuelan refugees flooding into the United States as a result of instability within Venezuela? Right now, the borders are closed, so no one is moving anywhere. Yeah. That's one question. The other question is, again, the reason I think the Maduro operation went as well as it did is that there was clearly intelligence assets on the ground helping out. The question is, are those burned? Do they still exist? Yeah. Are there U.S. intelligence officials there? Again, the uncertainty of all this works to the Trump administration's favor in terms of trying to coerce. But if in your scenario, if they simply resist, then it might require more boots on the ground. And that leads to a final question, which is just how committed are the Chavistas to staying in power? Do you see a scenario whereby if the U.S. does send boots on the ground again, do you see an operation whereby it winds up being a situation where, much like the Iraqi, Republican Guard or the Iraqi military, they all fade into sort of a militia or a resistance force?
And will there ever be self-determination for the Venezuelan people who are almost forgotten in this whole...
Thank you, Daniel, for joining us.
Take care.
Thanks for having me on.
Speak again soon.
We've been speaking with Daniel Drezner, Distinguished Professor of International Politics and Academic Dean at the Fletcher School of Law and Diplomacy at Tufts University.
Are you as worried about this as I am?
I want to give his Substack. He's got a great Substack. And here's how you read it. DanielDrezner.substack.com. Thank you very much again, Daniel, for joining us.
Great to see you.
Coming up after this quick, what were we going to say?
Are you as worried about this as I am?
Well, it's a little unclear what happens from here. I'll say that. I mean, I don't want to see any.
I think when you are a failed domestic president, and not only is this an attempt at a diversion, a wag the dog kind of thing, maybe, but maybe more incursions in other countries. You're the war president, even if you failed at home.
And you just belittled my whole notion of why this even happened.
Why?
Well, because he was sick of seeing Maduro making fun of him.
No, I didn't belittle it at all. Maybe true.
Maybe true. I think it could be the bottom line here. Anyway, coming up after this quick break, we're going to open the lines to get your reactions on this weekend's attack in Venezuela by our peace-loving FIFA, Peace Prize-winning president. FIFA, that's right. FIFA, my first blooper of the year, Jim. FIFA prize winning. We're right back.
Trade.
Huge responses from across Europe, from the Danish Prime Minister.
Climate. Picture this all filled with ice.
Security.
Not only do we need to end the war, we also need to prevent the next war.
These are global issues, and to understand them, you need a global perspective. I'm Carolyn Beeler.
And I'm Marco Werman. Join us for The World each and every weekday.
This afternoon at 3 on GBH 89.7.
Our programs are made possible thanks to you and PNC Bank, who believes when you pay attention to the details, amazing things can happen. Like when you check the pockets of a jacket you haven't worn since last fall and find $20. PNC Bank. Brilliantly boring since 1865. And Babson College, where you can advance your career with an MBA or specialized master's at the school ranked number 2 best college in the United States by the Wall Street Journal 2025. Babson.edu/grad programs.
Welcome back to BPR and GBH and NEPM. Marjorie Egan, Jim Browdy, streaming youtube.com/GBH News. We're at the library tomorrow, Wednesday and Friday, etc. No tickets and that whole thing. So we just spoke to Daniel Drezner, international affairs expert at Tufts. Now I want to get your reaction to what the United States did in Venezuela. Trump and his cabinet members were quick to announce the military action as a huge success. And I guess technically what they did was pretty brilliant. The issue is what happens now. Are you concerned about what this means for the United States? Should we be meddling at all in the political affairs of sovereign nations? There are a lot of bad actors running countries. We only went after Maduro. Are you worried there'll be deeper involvement? Are you worried there'll be troops on the ground? Will there be an anti-war reaction from the American people? The number is 877-301-8970. My deepest worry, I'm not belittling the dance thing, because I know that, no, it's true, the most insignificant things. But what we were talking to Drezner about, this whole notion, not that it really matters, because there's no such thing as consistency in this administration. What do you say to China about Taiwan? When she says, I'm taking over, just like you took over, and I'm going to, quote, run Taiwan. And unlike Venezuela, according to Xi, Taiwan has always been part of China. Venezuela was not part of the United States, so I even have a stronger argument, says Xi, in China than you did, Donald Trump.
Well, they're extremely nervous in Denmark and Greenland. Katie Miller, the wife of Stephen Miller.
What'd she say?
Well, she has this, she's always posting, and she, what she did, she showed this map of Greenland in the colors of the stars and stripes, that's us, accompanied by the caption, quote, soon, unquote.
By the way, an anonymous texter says, this is a question you can answer.
What?
You references, will this hurt Trump's chances of getting next year's FIFA Peace Prize? The soccer Peace Prize,
I don't know.
that is.
I don't know, but it's true. All these countries, Cuba, we're going to talk later with Michael Curry, who just got back from Colombia. I mean, he may have gotten out just in time.
You know, the other thing that we didn't have time to discuss with Daniel Drezner, this press thing, it just, not only was it rambling and incoherent and really scary
and
that a person
falling asleep,
who, as he's speaking,
standing up.
So glad you said that. His eyes are closing and Rubio is speaking. When he asked Rubio about consultation, or a journalist does, consultation with Congress, you can't consult with Congress. You can't have anything with them because they will leak, which by definition means you never, no matter what the law says, you never consult with Congress before an attack.
And he said it right in front of the
leaker-in-chief,
Hegseth.
Exactly. 877-301-8970. And then let me just say one more thing.
What?
For those and their demonstrators outside who were Venezuelans or Venezuelans Americans here who were celebrating, there were just as many Venezuelan Americans who were not celebrating, saying there isn't regime change, that there's no concern for human rights and self-determination. And if you go through this whole hour that was spent on Saturday with the head of the chiefs of staff, Rubio, and Trump, were they the three who spoke? Was there a fourth? In any case, there's almost no discussion of, other than in passing, about the rights of the people. It's about oil. It's about Maduro and alleged narco-terrorism.
The person he elected is the person Machado was the person that Trump disparaged. She was elected. She's the one that won the...
Said she's not respected by the
she's not
people.
Respected. She just won the election that he stole. And the other interesting thing is...
Maduro stole.
Yes. Maduro did steal the election.
He did.
And Donald Trump tried to steal the election. Yeah. So you thought there might be more kind of understanding between the two.
No, there wouldn't be,
men.
because he was successful and Donald Trump was unsuccessful at stealing the election.
And the other thing I think is concerning about this Darcy Rodriguez person... the
VP.
There's a lot of hostility toward America from her, because, of course, I read this over the weekend, that her father was a Marxist guerrilla who kidnapped an American businessman and then died in prison back when she was a child at the hands, we don't know if it was at the hands of, but during or after an interrogation by people that were associated with the United States. So,
before we get the calls, Bill from Bridgewater says, maybe Venezuela can return the favor and snatch our dictator.
But one thing you got to say, though, and before we take any more calls, 877-301-8970, you know, a lot of institutions are failing in the United States. People are very upset. The U.S. military apparently is not failing. I mean, it was pretty incredible how they did this. When you saw the helicopters going over, it reminded me of what we saw when the helicopters went over to get Osama bin Laden years ago. When
Osama bin Laden was a great threat to the world and to us.
Yes.
How is Maduro a threat to the United States?
Well, I'm just saying the fact that there may have been some injuries, but no American service people were hurt. It was a brilliant. We may disagree.
How much do you think it cost? 150 planes.
Well, that's the other thing.
How about spending the money back home to accomplish the goals you promised the American people?
That's why I was trying to ask Drezner, how is this America first? Because the idea that he was this massive narco-terrorist, it wasn't about, we all know it wasn't about drugs because he just pardoned the guy that was, in fact, the big narco-terrorist who was convicted, spending 45 or 50 years in jail. The whole Department of Justice went after him. He was a legitimate guy. So I don't know how this helps us in any way, but it does distract us from Jeffrey Epstein and, of course, from Jack Smith. We'll talk about that later, and the deposition that he gave about the what happened on January 6th.
Let's talk to Manuel, who's calling from New York City. Manuel, thanks for the call. We appreciate it. Hi.
Hi, Jim. Hi, Marjorie.
Hi.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
So, Happy New Year. So I think that I can provide an interesting perspective because myself, I am Venezuelan American.
Oh, great.
Yes, I was born in Boston, Massachusetts. I lived my entire life in Venezuela, and I came back for college 10 years ago. I mean, the reaction of Venezuelans, if you see the news, if you see social media, we are joyful, we're hopeful. I know it seems funny for a lot of Americans, but this, you know, when people talk about self-determination in Venezuela, so let's not forget self-determination. We have none. We have tried it all. We have tried elections that were blatantly stolen. We have protested. We were killed and jailed. This resulted in the mass immigration of a quarter of the people. Seeing this horrible ruler handcuffed is as sweet as fudge and as delicious as a margarita. So we are taking our joy. We're taking our joy right now, and we are hopeful for what's to come. And just one more thing. People say the oil. It was all about oil, and Trump just wants your oil. Us Venezuelans, it's a very raw reaction. It's so what? I mean, our our resources are covered by Russia and China, and they have been doing. Sorry, I heard like a little.
Oh, that's okay. You know, Manuel, we really appreciate your call, but I before you go, you would acknowledge there are a lot of Venezuelans, Americans who don't share your perspective, correct?
I absolutely understand, and that's why I come here. Just if you don't know the Venezuelan perspective, this is it. And
you're really good to call. We were out of time. You were really good to call, and we're going to talk about this a lot this week. Call us again. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you very much for calling, Manuel. He's right there. It's a divided thing, clearly. But we're going to keep talking about this and take your questions and text 877-301-8970. You're listening to BPR and GBH and NEPM and streaming at youtube.com/GBH News.
I'm Jared Bowen. Today on The Culture Show, passion, longing, and one of the great American operas. Vanessa, Samuel Barber's lush, psychologically charged masterpiece, returns in concert with the Boston Symphony Orchestra. We're joined by one of the opera's performers, alongside the BSO's Tony Fogg, to talk about Barber's haunting score, its emotional landscape, and why Vanessa still cuts deep decades after its premiere. That's on The Culture Show today at 2 on 89.7 GBH.
Support for GBH comes from you.
And the Cambridge Homes, a nonprofit independent and assisted living residence proudly serving the Cambridge community and local seniors for more than 130 years. Learn more at thecambridgehomes.org/tradition. And Fixed Dental, offering permanent teeth-on implants customized in their laboratory, enabling their doctors and technicians to oversee every aspect of the smile design. Learn more about all the treatments offered at Fixed at fixeddental.com.
Welcome back to BPR and GBH and NEPM. Marjorie Egan and Jim Browdy, streaming youtube.com/GBH News. Back at the library tomorrow. Marine and now Congressman Jake Auchincloss will zoom in to talk about Venezuela and also talk about whether we will have troops on the ground. If you're just tuning in, we're talking about what happened in Venezuela over the weekend and what happens now. The number is 877-301-8970.
And in reference to the gentleman, Manuel, that just called, he's right. A lot of Venezuelans are celebrating. A lot of them aren't so sure. But I think if you're an American, all you can think of is how the Iraqis celebrated when the statue of Saddam Hussein came down. There was glee in the streets. People were ecstatic. And then things went south.
Well, I think you're downplaying. I have two very close friends who are Venezuelan American who I talked to over the weekend. I totally respect Manuel's position, and he laid it out quite well. They are totally on the other opposite side. Not, as you said, not so sure. They are totally sure that this is is a deeper concern because, as I said repeatedly, their primary concern is human rights and democracy, neither of which appear to be part of the equation. Aaron and Newton, hi.
Hi, good morning. Welcome back. I hope you had a good week.
We did.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you a lot.
Obviously, this is an outrage, and it's really just an invitation for Russia and China to do whatever they like.
I agree.
And we'll just see how that turns out. As an attorney, I want to bring up two interesting legal points. One is we know that Article 5 of the NATO Charter is the idea that an attack against one member is an attack against all.
Yep.
What happens when Trump attacks and takes over Greenland? Does that mean that all the members of NATO are supposed to defend Denmark and go back and attack the United States? Would they do that? I don't know. But it really calls into question the whole issue about how Trump has no regard for the rule of law. My second question is about trying Maduro. There is a concept of diplomatic immunity. You often hear of people, diplomats in the United States who commit a crime, and the United States says we can't try them, but we have to send them back home where they'll be tried in their own tribunal. How can how can he not be subject to diplomatic immunity?
Well, can I answer that one? I can't answer the first one, even though I think Greenland is considered autonomous, even though I know there's a Denmark connection. Noriega argued the same thing, that he was the leader of a sovereign nation, and it didn't work. And at least most legal experts who I listened to last night, and this is just my passing along what they think because I don't understand it as well as you and they, is that it will fail in a narcotics trafficking case like this one. So we shall see. Aaron, good thoughts, though. Thank you for calling. We appreciate it.
When people talk about the rule of law, all I keep thinking of is the rule of law is not operative in the United States anymore.
Totally gone.
It's gone. We used to be a nation. The line was always a nation of laws and not of men. That's yesterday's news. I don't know what the percentage is, but a good deal of what Trump has done is unconstitutional and violative of the law, and he just keeps doing it anyway, and the courts are trying to catch up, and they're not catching up very fast.
Well, the courts are trying to catch up below the Supreme Court, but so far the Supreme Court has been embracing the violation of law, despite this inane end-of-year proclamation by the Chief Justice saying how the Constitution's doing just great.
I know.
And our embrace of the Constitution.
What is wrong with him?
Yeah.
Everything,
as one of our producers said quite recently.
There's something I wonder about these people. Why don't their wives
I think
say, what are you talking about, John?
How about, look at Alito's wife.
Well, that's a different story.
How about their kids?
Thomas and Alito, they're out to lunch.
Yeah.
We didn't get a chance to talk to Drezner about it, but he thinks that Kavanaugh may have got his comeuppance with Drezner, yes, because they're calling these Kavanaugh stops now when people get pulled over by ICE and they are detained and they turned out to be illegally pulled over by ICE, or there are horrible situations with mothers separated from children, etc. He's really rethinking his position on those kinds of things.
Since you're an expert, before we go back to the calls on MAGA and Fox News.
I'm an expert, yeah.
You are. How is MAGA? Marjorie Taylor Greene savaged Trump over this. They're trying to explain how this is America first, but while people at home are suffering economically really badly, we spent billions of dollars in Venezuela. We're getting involved in foreign wars. And by the way, Trump as a campaigner was railing against prior presidents for doing what he would consider to be exactly what he did. Even you always know the great moment.
Massey's come out against it, and I think
but Massey is never sports, and so is Rand Paul. The people who don't. But you know, it was an incredible moment. Trump is doing one of his little ad libs the other on Saturday. where he looks up from the script. And he says, there's never been anything like this since. And obviously everybody watching was saying, since like Osama bin Laden. And he said, since World War II. Because God forbid
Normandy
he ever gives credit to anybody except himself. Kevin in the car, thank you for calling. Welcome.
Welcome. Thank you for taking my call.
Of course.
I don't know where to start, but first of all, I'm just driving back from Canada. I'm a dual citizen. I'm Canadian, and I got my U.S. citizen. And the Canadian, first of all, they're just, everybody's just like, what's going, they can't believe, and I can't believe.
Neither can I.
There's so many things he's done international law. Now, of course, he's broken the law in our country. He's broken international law. And like you said, the Venezuelan people are not going to get anything out of this. They're not going to get any money. They're not going to get any help. And they're just going to go in there and basically rape them of their oil. And they can say it wasn't the oil. It was all about the oil. It wasn't about the drugs. To end drug problem, you got to end the people who are buying the drug problem and help them out to stop using the drugs.
Well, it's also the wrong drug.
Thank you.
No,
Good
it's
point.
not just that. It's
also
fentanyl.
the wrong drug.
This is not a fentanyl
Yeah, hundreds
producer.
of thousands of people have not been killed by cocaine.
Okay, go ahead, Kevin.
One more thing, please. If you have a chance, listen to a song by Bruce Cockburn called Burn. Please, play it if you got a chance, and listen to your listeners. It's exactly what happened. He wrote the song in 1974. I happened to be driving to Canada, and I was playing. I go, oh, my God, please, play the first 1 minute or 30 seconds, and you'll be shocked at what he said. Play the whole thing, and it's unbelievable. It's exactly what he wrote in 74 is happening today with Trump.
We'll check it out.
What's the guy's name again?
Bruce Colbert, right?
Bruce Colburn? Okay.
Hey, Kevin, thanks
Thank you for the tip.
all of that. We appreciate
And thank you
it.
for what you said about that we have to stop at the demand end of things.
Yeah, but it's also, the other thing is it's not, as you say, it's the wrong drug. I mean, what he rails against is fentanyl, and this is not, that's not what they're into.
We've been reading that the drugs that they were exporting, most of them weren't even coming here. They were coming from going to other countries. So it was a scam from the word go. Now, the only person I can figure out who's a Trumpster that's emailed so far is a person that says he thinks what Democrats are really afraid of is that this is going to turn out to be wildly successful, and then, Trump is going to look great.
Well, that's why I asked you before as our MAGA expert here, is I don't, in all seriousness, other than blind loyalty to an individual, Trump right or wrong, how does this comport with what Trump promised people who voted for him? And even more so, a year later, 11 months, well, it's almost 12 months later, when almost all of them are suffering economically, and he's investing billions of dollars in snatching a leader of another country.
I'll watch Fox News tonight, Jim, and get back to you.
Please report back.
Okay, thank
Where do
you.
you
Tony
go?
in Worcester, thank you for calling.
Hey, Tony. Tony, we're going to put you on hold. We'll get back to you. Oh, you're there. Hi, Tony. What's up?
I'm sorry, I had mute on.
That's okay.
I'm concerned that the interventionist policy, if it continues unabated, would undermine the credibility on the world stage, especially if comparisons are drawn to the annexation of Sudetenland, for instance, the Sudetenland.
Well, I think we've talked about this. I don't know if you've been listening, but I think it provides a roadmap particularly for China and Russia to do what they want to do. And obviously, Trump will say they're different situations. Well, I don't know if he will say they're different situations. Sort of that neo-royalist thing Drezner was talking about. Tony, thank you much for the call.
I think we look like we have an insane person running the country.
Yeah.
That's what I think that's what I think we have here. And I think a lot of people are shaking in their boots because they have no idea what this guy's going to do next.
Did you watch this whole thing?
Yes.
So I'm watching this thing.
I was horrified.
And all of a sudden, he's talking about Venezuela and Maduro and narco-terrorism. And all of a sudden, he starts talking about troops on the ground in Washington, houses no crime. And he says,
hasn't been a murder there,
for 7 months, there hasn't been a murder. So I'm watching it, and I decide, why don't I Google this to see? There were 2 murders in the last week of December. I mean, there is literally nothing that comes out of his mouth is true. He turns around to Rubio and says to Rubio, you've been having good talks with the vice president, right? She's totally on board. She'll do whatever we want. And Rubio, like the little, another one of those lap-sitting sycophants, just sits there. And is it fair to say that based upon her later comments that either Rubio mischaracterized her comments to Trump mischaracterized them, or he just lied about the whole thing?
I don't know. I mean, he lies so much. What's really scary is that's the part that's really scary to me, is that he's surrounded by sycophants and yes men. It seems like nobody's going to stop him. And I think he's lost his marbles and is on this is power. This is like Hegseth talking about the guts and the glory.
The War Department.
And we have no problem putting boots on the ground. Well, he got 5 deferments, so he wouldn't have to put his own boots on the ground
spurs
anywhere. And it's like nuts.
Can I underline your point? We haven't gotten back to this. Drezner made a really important point that he was theorizing that one possibility is this wasn't Trump's motivation at all, that it was Rubio and Miller leading the charge because of his concern about the Cubas, the Venezuelas, the Colombias, etc. And the way they brought Trump on board, instead of giving him a gold plaque, was to say, hey, there's a lot of oil there, and you love oil, and your oil friends, and Jared Kushner can be president of Venezuela next week. Why not? I mean, really, I mean, it's just, it isn't. But if you, one piece of, not advice, recommendation is you don't have to watch the chief of staff, Raisin Kane, as they call him, which drives me nuts, General Kane, nor do you have to watch Marco Rubio. Watch Trump for 30 minutes and call us tomorrow if you haven't, because we'll continue this discussion then, and tell us that was not a scary thing about what a man in that state, mental state, might do next in our name. And you were right, by the way. He was standing up literally with his eyes closed, not contemplating, but you felt he was going to fall asleep and fall down.
Well, you could see his eyelids going down, down, then they went down, then they popped back up, then they went down. Yeah, he was, when you're on your feet and sleeping, it's one thing to be sitting down and sleeping.
I can sleep standing up.
Can you sleep standing up?
I'm not president of the United States.
Yeah.
Brian in Cambridge.
Thank you for calling, Brian.
What's up? Hi.
Hey, Jim and Marjorie.
Hello there.
This is Brian. It's great to be on with you. I appreciate you giving so much attention to this latest outrage, as you rightly called it. I wanted to highlight, I'm an activist with Massachusetts Peace Action. There was a rally in Boston and one in Northampton and Holyoke. People are outraged. They turned out in the hundreds on incredibly short notice. And I think the connection to the lawlessness of the Trump administration with things like warrantless raids, what ICE is doing in our streets every day, threats to Democratic lawmakers like Senator Kelly, who Trump threatened to hang just for citing the Code of Military Justice.
And by the way, Hegg says he's going to go after him in the last 24 hours. He said it. But go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, and what Senator Kelly and so many other Democratic lawmakers were talking about is these illegal orders that Trump is giving to destroy boats in the Caribbean and the Pacific, including killing survivors. I mean, what kind of nation are we becoming? And as we've seen with past wars, every time a president takes us to war, more of our rights seem to go away. And
well, Brian, I don't think there's much.
It's incredibly dangerous.
I don't think there's much you said that either Marjorie or I would disagree with. Thank you for your call and your work. We really appreciate it. 877-301-8970 is the phone number. Can we do a third MAGA attempt here, if I may?
Sure.
If a MAGA person were to call right now, which we really wish you would, at 877-301-8970, what defense would they make of this? That he was a narco-terrorist, I guess, right? Because that's what Trump says.
Well, that he, tortured and imprisoned people, grabbed people off the streets. It was a horrible regime, and that maybe, Rodriguez won't do these kinds of things.
Okay, and when my or your response to that would be, there are probably, 50 to 100 horrible leaders around the world.
Well,
should we go take them all out?
Patricia from Dartmouth is just
What'd
texting
she
that she's originally from Brazil, and she's come to America now, and she talks about how horrible things are happening in Argentina. And horrible things are happening all over the world.
In Brazil.
Well, she came here. She was talking about Argentina.
Oh, she's talking about Argentina.
Yeah,
I'm
sorry. And you can understand. And her point is that we live in a safe country where you don't have to worry about these things, so we shouldn't be criticizing. But it's not. You just can't go over and depose leaders all over the world.
It's also not a safe country. With all due respect, Patricia, it's not a safe country. I mean, even though Patricia came to the United States at 27, is now a citizen, even citizens who don't look like Donald Trump are at risk, as we have learned. Patricia, thanks for your text. 877. I think the reason I'm so upset about this is I don't get the sense, it's only 2 days, I know, and it's anecdotal, that Americans are as upset about it as they should be. Is that because, if I'm right, is that because they're so concerned about the economic mess that we find ourselves in that they can't focus on other things? This is really scary stuff.
I think a lot of people are upset about it. I mean, we
You
haven't.
do?
Well, we'll see what the polling comes out and says. I certainly think that people that voted him to fix their economic woes are wondering how this is going to help them.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I can't help thinking that we're going to come to our senses by the midterm elections.
Well, by the way, the numbers suggest so far, I don't mean on this, but the numbers on Trump suggest people have come to their senses. They haven't had an opportunity. Well, they have had an opportunity to vote. Every election that's happened in the last handful of months gone democratically? Or that one in Tennessee, which the Republicans won, that congressional race, was 10 points or 9 points when Trump had won by 20-something.
That because he is such a lawbreaker and he gets away with murder, that, well, I shouldn't say gets away with murder. He hasn't murdered anybody yet, as far as I know. But the elections will be... Yeah.
How about the people in those boats, the two guys in the boats?
That's right. That's a very good point. He's murdered them. That's a very good point. But that the elections will be compromised in some way, that people will be afraid to come out and vote, that there'll be troops on the streets all over America, and that the compromised Supreme Court will let them get away with it, or that mail-in voting will be compromised. I'm really worried about corruption in the midterms.
Now, we are usually quite superficial and want to invite Jill from Woodstock into our superficial club. She texts, "Why does Trump need to ruin every weekend?" It is true. It is true. Even the end of a long Christmas break for us. But I would say a little bit worse for the people of Venezuela, even though, as Manuel, our first caller, said, there are a lot of Venezuelans and Venezuelan Americans who are quite happy, but there are a lot of Venezuelans and Venezuelan Americans who are deeply troubled by this.
I repeat, they were ecstatic in Iraq when Saddam Hussein was toppled. Mm-hmm. And look what happened in Iraq.
Mike, and we had a real plan there, too, didn't we? Mike in Providence, hi.
Hi there. I have a few reasons why I love that they took Maduro out of power.
Sure.
And I am not a Trump supporter.
It's okay.
Don't get that mixed up. I love, Team America World Police, that movie. It's hilarious. I can laugh at that stuff. But look at, what happened at the Gulf War remember when they opened all the oil wells and spilled all the oil all over the place, destroyed the country and lit all the oil on fire? And we had to go in and stop Saddam from doing something like that again and killing its citizens. This is similar to that, where they just control the oil and they go on a rampage. So I used to work with a Colombian guy whose family in Colombia used to take care of a Venezuelan girl, so she didn't have to be a prostitute, basically. Because that's what females in Venezuela are, basically resorting to.
Wait. Let's stop on that, Mike. What happened over the weekend that is going to cause that not to happen in Venezuela? Maduro's people are still in charge of the country.
And the military is in charge. The same military.
Why is that going to change? And by the way, while they have huge oil reserves, they are horrible at producing. It's only 1 million barrels. It's 1% of the oil that's produced in the world. So they're not.
This is going to take power out of the hands of Putin. It's going to lower the price of oil. What you should do is look up YouTube and how this correlates to the war.
I don't need to look up YouTube. It's 1% of the oil production in the country. That's not going to change anything.
30% of the oil in the world. They have a lot more.
No,
than
underground.
1%
Okay, got it. We got it. We appreciate your opinion, Mike from Providence. Thank you much for the call. 87. By the way, maybe we should stand up to Putin, not indirectly, Mike, through Venezuela, but maybe stand up to him when he invades another country and kills tens of thousands of its people. I mean.
Well, as I asked Daniel Drezner, who's going to pay the billions and billions of dollars to repair the infrastructure there in Venezuela for the oil? Chevron? I mean,
well, they might, because we said, because they're there. But the other companies, when you hear initial news reports this morning, at least initially, there is great reluctance to invest what would be billions of dollars there.
Okay. We say goodbye to those of you listening in NEPM, but make sure to tune in for the fabulous 413 with Monty and Khalees. That starts at 3 o'clock this afternoon. We're going to keep going here in Boston. Coming up after the new news on 89.7 GBH, our food policy man, Corby Kummer. He's going to talk about the new food trends of 2026. He's going to talk about affordability issues regarding food and what a dry January, as in no more drinking, means for your health. I'm Marjorie Egan. He's Jim Browder. You're listening to BPR on GBH and NEPM, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. Corby Kummer up next.
You're listening to Boston Public Radio with Jim Braude and Marjorie Egan. Just ahead, more smart conversation about what's going on in our community. Stay with us here on GBH 89.7.
Funding for our programs comes from you. And Atlantic Design Center by Eldridge Lumber and Hardware, committed to helping you achieve your vision for a new kitchen or bathroom and guiding you from design to completion with showrooms in York and Portland, Maine. AtlanticDesignCTR.com.
During World War II, a group of intrepid reporters told the whole world the truth about the bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Watch American Experience Bombshell tomorrow at 9 on GBH2.
You're listening to 89.7 WGBH HD1 Boston. Online at gbhnews.org. GBH News. What matters to you?
I'm Jim Braude, head on Hour 2 of BPR. We'll start the noon hour talking about food, 2026 forecast for food trends, and how to stick to those resolutions with Tufts food policy analyst Corby Kummer. Plus, he'll update us on how the Trump administration's policies will affect small farmers, most of whom voted for him.
I'm Marjorie Egan. Then something uplifting, we hope. Medical ethicist Dr. Ezekiel Emanuel on his new book, Eat Your Ice Cream, 6 Simple Rules for a Long and Healthy Life. All that, plus our dreaded Two More Things segment next on the second hour of BPR 89.7 GBH.
Live from NPR News, I'm Lakshmi Singh.
You didn't make the football team! Part of the human trafficking operation!
Counter-protests recorded by the Associated Press outside a New York City federal courthouse where ousted Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro is being arraigned this hour on drug trafficking and weapons charges. He and his wife were captured in a U.S. military raid 2 days ago. NPR's Joe Hernandez has details.
In the early stages of the case against him, Maduro will be advised of his right to an attorney, his right to remain silent, and the charges against him, according to former federal prosecutor Adam Fels. Fels, who worked on the case against El Chapo Guzman, says a judge will also decide whether to release Maduro or confine him before trial, and that defendants in narcotics cases involving guns are often kept behind bars while their cases unfold.
There's a very high presumption of detention that I don't imagine that a defense attorney would be able to overcome and maybe may not even try to overcome.
Maduro faces charges including narco-terrorism and cocaine trafficking. Joe Hernandez, NPR News.
President Trump's action is a departure from his promise not to get the U.S. involved in foreign conflicts. NPR's Mara Liasson reports it's not clear yet how his supporters will react.
The big political question that Venezuela may answer is whether the MAGA movement stands for anything Donald Trump decides to do or for principles, such as non-interventionism, that transcend Trump. Most Republicans in Congress have been supportive so far, but a few, like Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene, who's leaving Congress this week after a falling out with Trump, says the president has broken his America First promise with his plan to, quote, run Venezuela. She says the president should be focused on domestic problems like the price of food and health care. Mara Liasson, NPR News.
Minnesota Governor Tim Walz says he is ending his bid for re-election to a third term. The Democrats' campaign has been overshadowed by a political firestorm surrounding fraud, investigations of the state's child care program, and GOP calls for his resignation. U.S. Senator Amy Klobuchar, another powerful Democrat, is among the figures being floated as a gubernatorial candidate. A pill version of the weight loss drug Wegovy is now available. Novo Nordisk says the drug will be covered by insurance, though in some cases there will be a copay. Novo Nordisk's Executive Vice President of U.S. Operations, Dave Moore, says a pill form of the drug will also be cheaper for those who pay out of pocket.
We have a self-pay option that has the starting doses, the 2 lowest doses of the Wegovy pill, for $149 per month. And then the 2 higher doses are $199 a month.
U.S. stocks trading higher this hour. The Nasdaq is up more than 200 points, or nearly 1%. The S&P's risen 58 points, and the Dow is up 752 points, or 1.5%. This is NPR News.
Good afternoon. With the latest from the GBH Newsroom, I'm Henry Santoro. Standing before a big crowd at Boston Symphony Hall this morning, Boston Mayor Michelle Wu was sworn in to her second term. On stage with her was her family, and once the oath was taken, she took to the podium and reflected back to her first inauguration.
4 years ago, I was sworn in as mayor in the only building in Boston more beautiful than this one, City Hall. It was a much smaller gathering. Everyone was masked up, and it felt at the time like we might never emerge from the endless cycle of constantly evolving viruses threatening to keep us apart. Still, we had hope, because in Boston, we know obstacles are opportunities to go beyond old ways of thinking, to innovate, and set a standard for the world to meet.
Mayor Wu talked about Boston's resilience dating back to colonial days and laid a path forward for her second term with a focus on strengthening the city's school system, expanding housing, and improving affordability. In sports, the Celtics at the Garden tonight hosting the Bulls, and in the forecast this first Monday of the new year. Mostly cloudy today with a chance of some flurries and snow showers later on today, high 27. Light snow, 25 overnight, cloudy, mid-30s tomorrow, then morning rain and upper 30s on Wednesday. 24 degrees in Boston. This is GBH News.
Support for NPR comes from NPR stations. Other contributors include the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation. RWJF is a national philanthropy working toward a future where health is no longer a privilege but a right. Learn more at rwjf.org.
Welcome to hour number 2 of Boston Public Radio. Jim Browdy and Marjorie Egan, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. Tomorrow we're going to be at the Boston Public Library. Congressman Jake Auchincloss will zoom in. We're going to be joined by the Attorney General, Andrea Joy Campbell. That's January 13th from 11 to noon. And Michelle Wu, the mayor of Boston, will be with us at the library January 20th from noon to 1. Hello again, Jim.
Hey there, Marjorie. We're joined now on Zoom by Corby Kummer. Corby's the executive director of the Food and Society Policy Program at the Aspen Institute, senior editor at The Atlantic, and a senior lecturer at Tufts Friedman School of Nutrition, Science, and Policy. Happy New Year. Hello, Corby.
Happy New Year, Jim and Marjorie.
Hey Corby, great to see you. So, very important. What are the big food trends for 2026? I was surprised to see cabbage on the top of that list.
You know, my friend Kim Severson has to talk to a lot of food marketing people and trend watchers every year for her annual roundup of what next year's trends are going to be. And I look at that and I think, you know, shoot me in the head before I have to do that. And yet she comes up with, you know, interesting things like nostalgia, grandmother nostalgia for home canned vegetables. And things that you make at home and can use for months all the time. Somewhat related, vinegar and pickles.
Yeah.
So we've known pickles are popular for a long time, but vinegar in everything. Vinegar is a fermented food. It's very good for the gut microbiome, as we hear all the time from medical people. So there's lots of vinegar. There's lots of crunch and creamy. Creamy might be coming in. So different textures are coming in, and then various sensitivity to make you feel better and look at the whole atmosphere of the food that you're serving.
Okay, I have a couple things. I'm a big fan of hers, but are you kidding me? I mean, this celery is going to be a major element of desserts. Well, I have to be fair. Celery will show up in desserts as a pickle and as in other applications beyond mirepoix. Is that
mirepoix?
Okay, I don't even know. She says at the beginning, she acknowledges, she says, since I've been wrong in the past, like predicting Celtus would be the it vegetable in 2019. What is Celtus?
Celtus is something we never saw. It's some kind of thick, sturdy lettuce with a very thick stalk that we'd immediately want to throw out And every recycling person would say, don't throw out, you should use it all. In any case, nobody was interested.
Okay.
So it didn't happen.
Here are the two things that I loved in terms of what she argued for in passing. One was the chewy foods are in. I am really, you know what, in my opinion, the best ice cream is? Chewy ice cream. That's a chewy. Why are you looking at me like that?
Because I like it when it starts to melt and
chewy
it's really
ice cream.
soft.
And secondly, I have been arguing for this. I would argue for
What
decades.
are you chewing,
Corby,
by the way?
The ice cream. It's got a texture that is chewy. I don't mean like a thing in it. It's chewy. Let's move on. Here is the
chewy
thing.
ice cream, that would be hard as a rock ice cream.
No,
wouldn't it?
it's not. It's chewy ice cream.
And what you're chewing on is the chocolate sauce that's in the middle.
Exactly. Thank you for saying that. Now, here is my idea, which Kim Severson has stolen, to be honest here. On menus, flights will move beyond wine and beer to almost anything. Cream cheese, sliders, fruit and candy. I have never understood why dim sum, which is, for those who haven't been there, at Chinese restaurants, you go, particularly on a Sunday morning, and you have like a million different kinds of tastes, million different things. In the old style ones, women, generally older women, roll around carts. It's really great with different things on them. When you go to a restaurant and you look at a menu and you say, I really want that and I really want that, and you can't order two things, even if you could afford it, it's embarrassing. Don't you say, I would like to have that and that in a very small portion? And another thing, sort of like dim sum or tapas. Why has that not happened in every single restaurant, Corby Kummer?
You know, first of all, where have you been? Small plates, medium plates, large plates? Even 20 years ago, certainly 15 years ago, small plates were a big deal in restaurants.
That's a very good point. Where have I been?
And so that was a way
that.
of you trying to get lots. A menu ordering strategy of a bunch of appetizers or a bunch of starters. Our friend Tom Sitzma said that's always been his go-to method. But I think that what I often want to do is get a vegetable from one main course on another main course. Sometimes they'll swap it out, but sometimes the kitchen's really offended that you're doing that. But you know, it's something that Kim, when she's talking about cream cheese light, okay, great. For bagel breakfast is butter boards. Butter boards were a big deal like 1 and 2 years ago. So she's forgetting butter boards and every caterer for a while was wheeling out the different kinds of butter on boards. Now it's going to be cream cheese with bagels.
Wait a minute. Go back to this for a minute. I vaguely recall the butterboard craze, but what kind of different...
we had a butterboard person in here,
we did, but what kind of different kinds of butter? Irish butter, non-salted
You put
butter?
Spices in it. It's fabulous.
Oh, you put spices. That's the idea. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, I got it.
Now, by the way, our staff...
Marjorie, you already were pretty sophisticated saying unsalted, salted, there's
That's right.
uncultured, cultured, there's French, there's Irish, there's Vermont.
Okay. Now, let me just tell you, our staff, can we put this up on the stream? They showed us a picture of something I'd never heard of, nor obviously seen, Celtis. And when you look at the picture of Celtis, it looks to me like something like a corrupt cop. Not what it looks like to you, Marjorie?
Yeah.
How about it, Corby?
Yeah, it's
I
weird
remember
looking.
Celtis thinking that is like too ugly to live. I don't think that I ever even saw it in a farmer's market, and I go to many farmer's markets.
Okay, we're talking to Corby Kummer. So read Kim Severson's piece. I mean, it's very interesting and creative.
Well, what about cabbage?
It doesn't work, so you don't have to.
I mentioned cabbage at the beginning. Why is cabbage having a second life here? Yeah, renaissance.
Cabbage always has a renaissance. It's available all winter, and also it comes
cheap.
Comes in many, many different forms.
Yep.
So when you think of the different sweet broccolini that's now the rage every place and ridiculously overpriced, but really nice because it's sweeter and easier, they're all forms of cabbage. They're all varieties of cabbage. And so cauliflower, the pretty cauliflower, it comes in orange and purple.
Brussels sprouts a little cabbage, isn't it?
Absolutely.
It's my favorite vegetable.
Yeah, right. Which have been made, Celtis is so ugly.
There it is.
Which have made,
Look at that.
Which have been made really sweet. There's a whole long piece about the whole breeding program. The reason Brussels sprouts are beloved by Jim is that they took a lot of the bitter out. So hated by kids, loved by adults, it's perfectly consistent because the bitter Brussels sprouts that adults hated have been now made in much sweet from vegetable breeding.
Okay, could you put the Celtis thing up one more time just on the stream? And we never take calls during Corby, but if anyone has ever actually eaten Celtis, you can call and we will take you briefly at 877-301 8970. You know, Corby, there are lots of stories about small farmers, the vast majority of whom voted for Donald Trump, on the verge of going under. And what Trump is doing, rather than fixing the underlying problem, is he's going to write modest-sized checks, $12 billion worth.
Capped at $155 grand,
yeah,
which is not that much money if you're going under.
Well, also, the interesting part of those checks to help them survive is they come from the very tariffs that are screwing the same people he is trying to help. Is this going to fix a problem, or is it a Band-Aid kind of thing?
Well, you know, first off, so they say that it's coming from the tariffs, because the way he's excusing all of Venezuela is going to come from oil. I've never seen an accounting that really shows that this money is coming from tariffs. It's just a claim. But tariffs are the underlying problem that have made the soybean market, which is, you know, the huge cash crop for huge industrial farmers, they're really confused because China is not fulfilling its promise that they negotiated with Trump to buy, 12 million tons?
I think it is, yeah.
12 million tons, and they've only come up with a quarter of it, and there's no enforcement mechanism to make China buy these.
And they're the biggest purchaser of soybeans from the United States.
By far.
Yeah.
And so at the end of, if they did this, and at the end of the $12 billion relief package, Trump has said, farmers might be where they were, a little under where they were before the new Trump term. And so this is not helping them at all. It's trying to bring them back to baseline and the chaos that Trump began by imposing these tariffs. But Marjorie, you picked up on what I picked up on. The most interesting part of the story were the new caps, because was it a $50 billion relief package during COVID for farmers? Because Trump has wanted to keep that constituency happy. And so farmers have sort of relied on this kind of handout relief package for Trump policies that have gotten them in trouble. But during COVID, huge industrial, multi-million dollar clearing and profit clearing farms were getting enormous handouts. So the idea, if they can really cap these, that would be a big step forward from the last time they handed out a relief package to farmers. But 12 billion isn't all that much, and it's not the same scale that they were offering in Trump 1.
By the way, the one exception to that cap that you and Marjorie are talking about is if the farmer agrees to plant Celtis. They can they can have a larger kind of thing. We're talking to Corby Kummer.
Okay, so no more buying soda, candy, and certain other foods with SNAP funds?
In some states. A limited number of states.
This is the most interesting story so far of the new year. The SNAP restrictions that a bunch of red states put into place, 5 of them supposedly go into effect now. Now, already, I think each of the states has given a several-month extension. Why? Because these restrictions, which are for soda principally, and in some cases candy, and soda and candy and soft drinks and energy drinks, those are the big ones. But there's no definition of candy. So the 5 states are Indiana, Iowa, Nebraska, Utah, and West Virginia. There are 18 states that have already said we're not going to allow SNAP, food stamp money, to be used for sodas anymore. This was a much reviled idea from Democrats, starting with the Obama administration, even before, and Republicans attacked it as the nanny state. How dare you try? Even now, there's enormous uncertainty. Even if you say they can't use SNAP for soda, will they just use their personal money, which they're completely free to? Will people actually consume less soda? It's a fascinating question that many public health people want the answers to. So if these go into effect in any kind of orderly way, which is a big if, finding that data and analyzing it compared to other states that don't have these restrictions is going to be a really interesting story, one that public health people wanted to see for a long time.
And let me understand, prior to these individual states getting waivers to be able to do this from the feds, processed, prepared foods and alcohol were prohibited across the board. Am I right in terms of?
Always. From the very beginning of food stamps.
It seems to me if there's ever a part of the population that would be needing to buy prepared foods because they're working around the clock to try to just survive, it'd be low and moderate income people. So what is
There's
the
no
theory
question. They don't
behind?
have the time to cook.
So
That's
what is
the most valuable commodity to them. They work 2 jobs.
Right. So what's the thesis for just?
I can't even remember what the thesis is. High profit margin from retailers. It just seems punitive, is what it seems. And it was supposed to make people cook at home, but they don't have the money to cook at home. But back to the waivers. The waivers are creating chaos for retailers who have to reprogram their cash registers to say, blip, nope, sorry, you can't buy this. But they don't know state to state how they're going to do this. They don't know where the money is going to come from. They're going to pass on. I think one of the attackers of these waivers has said, so these mean everybody gets to pay more at the supermarket because everybody's going to have to absorb the costs of retailers to try to figure this out. Many food markets have said it's too complicated for them to enact. Also, they relied on the guaranteed profit margins from soda, which are high, to stay in business. And so 27,000 retailers in a study in the middle of last year, if these went into effect, possibly would go out of business. And those are going to be in rural and underserved areas where people can hardly get fresh produce as it is now.
Talking to Corby Kummer.
So last few years, a lot of talk about dry January. People drink too much. They think the holidays, and I guess they're sobering up in January. So what does dry January mean for your body, Corby?
Better mood, improved sleep and weight loss, healthier blood pressure, blood sugar, and liver function. Pretty darn good, I'd say.
Yeah.
So there's lots of, more strength. I was at an exercise class this morning and the teacher said, I'm able to do more push-ups than I was before I went dry. So, anecdotal evidence, larger study evidence that this really helps. And dementia risk is supposed to be much lower if you decrease your drinking. So it's kind of all kinds of good things happen if you lower your drinking.
I love. You notice that Corby threw in there in his answer that he, when he was at his exercise class this morning. Why do we need to know that, Corby? What was the added value of that?
Only because there was anecdotal evidence of dry January helping improve the teacher's push-up.
But it seems kind of crazy, though, to me, because if February you start drinking up a storm again, you know what I mean? Wouldn't it be better to kind of be moderate 12 months of the year?
Part of the good effects quoted in this AP article, starting a couple of years ago, damp January started to be, just wean yourself off slowly. You don't have to go cold turkey. But Marjorie, apparently one of the benefits is you don't necessarily ramp right up to where you were before damp or dry January began. And so it can reduce your level across the board. And you don't have to ratchet it up to where it was before.
Now, Marnin in Randolph didn't call but did text. Here's what Marnin says. Celtus, is that how you pronounce it, by the way? Celtus? Celtus, no one knows. Celtus
it's got to rhyme with lettuce. So
Celtus. Yeah, Celtus, right. It's Celtuce, is delicious, writes Marnin. Some Chinese restaurants, such as Ding's Kitchen in Newton, slice and stir fry it. It should be used more. So there you go. There is another side
big
of
endorsement.
Of Celtus.
Yeah.
Celtus. Well, that got Corby speechless.
It sounds like justice. I mean, something sounds virtuous about the very name.
Now, by the way, we didn't ask you. You were saying you were thrilled that your friend Kim Severson wrote this piece, so you didn't have to. We should have said this. What's the one trend you would predict for 2026 in terms of food, Corby Kummer?
I don't know. I'm so interested in the SNAP restrictions. Higher prices is what I really predict, because all of the uncertainty over state-by-state enactment means that food companies are going to pass this along. But I'm hoping that the attack on empty calories in snack foods that Maha moms have also engaged in. And the idea of clean labels and not wanting to buy products that have ingredients on them you can't get in your kitchen and you wouldn't use at home. Again, food advocates have been talking about this for years, but Maha moms have jet propelled this movement. And I want to see what food companies do to try to put products on the market and then whether they're actually bought, because making them available is one thing, having them last in the markets because consumers take them up is another. So I hope that cleaner label mass-produced foods would be one of the big trends of this year.
Yeah, but getting back to Ma for a second, Kennedy is talking a good game. I think we've had this discussion with you. He's not doing anything to get rid of these things. It's rhetorical flourishes.
No, it's all bully pulpit. It's all trying to get people to agree to voluntary restrictions, which don't work very well. They just don't work, kind of, period. But it's nice that it's come into the public discourse. Lonely, Celtus crunching liberals have been advocating.
Yeah, I'm not even sure. I have to say, I'm not even sure the average person, if you stop, and by the way, I consider myself in this category, if you Corby Kummer, paraded 10 foods in front of me, and half of them were ultra-processed, I'm not sure I could identify. I mean, I understand it when you say it and when I read it.
You look at the labels.
And what does that tell you? I mean, if it's something that's not natural?
If you read a lot of chemicals on the labels, that's generally a bad sign. Like if you look at a can of soda, especially, even worse sometimes, the no sugar sodas, and you look at what's in a can of soda, it's pretty frightening. I mean, a lot of cookies, things you buy in the store, you just look at the labels. Isn't that what you do?
I'm very against the whole ultra-processed equals evil label because canned beans are incredibly good for you, but they have some of these preservatives and ingredients in them. Some yogurts that are perfectly fine and aren't full of sugar would be considered ultra-processed. Whole Foods and Trader Joe's whole grain bread. So it's tarring with the wrong brush.
So we shouldn't be worried about. So you're saying we shouldn't be worried about all the chemicals on labels then?
No, you should. What you should be worried about is high sodium and salt levels.
Okay.
High sodium and salt levels.
Do you add salt to things, Marjorie? I don't even know. Do you add salt to things?
Yes, I do.
And how do you defend that?
I have low blood pressure.
Oh, well, is that an adequate defense, Corby, or no?
Oh, no, you're going straight to hell.
Okay.
This is just the wrong thing. You should not be adding salt to food.
You shouldn't be adding salt to food, but I think a lot of people feel as though, if you have high blood pressure, you're really conscious about it. And if you don't, you're probably less conscious about it.
Good defense, Marjorie. That was excellent.
Corby's looking.
He doesn't want to be too. He's willing to be critical of me. He doesn't like.
No,
being
he just told me I was
you.
crazy about the chemicals on the labels.
Go ahead. You have an answer to that? He has no answer. Okay.
No, I want to talk to doctors about saying if one of your patients really has low blood pressure, bring on the salt. Is that fine? I kind of doubt anybody's going to sign on to that.
Now, Corby, we have to go. Can you do some research on Celtus?
We're not going yet.
Yes, we are.
Yes, because you have a YouTube poll that our staff has taken.
What is
75% would never describe ice cream as chewy, and I have no idea what Jim is talking about.
Well, if I may say, 75% of our audience is wrong. I mean, do you know what chewy ice cream is? Yes or no?
Yeah, well, Corby explained it.
Oh, what about brownie and chocolate chip cookie ice cream?
No, I don't mean. I don't mean because of the what's added to it.
He just thinks the ice cream itself.
The ice cream itself can have a chewy texture. I don't usually do this, but I'll do it. Christina's in Inman Square. Go there, check it out. You'll have chewy ice cream. Corby, it's great to see you. Be well. Thank you so much.
Wow.
Check out Celtus for us. Get back to us on next week on that, please. Thank you. That's it.
Wow, that was abrupt.
Well,
I thought that was very abrupt,
Corby.
Corby.
Nothing else to say about Celtus.
On behalf of Boston Public Radio.
Thank you.
We've been speaking with Corby Kummer, Executive Director of the Food and Society Policy Program at the Aspen Institute, a Senior Editor at The Atlantic, and a Senior Lecturer at Tufts Fletcher School of Nutrition, Science, and Policy. Coming up after this quick break, bioethicist Dr. Ezekiel Emanuel shares his rules for living a long, healthy, and happy life. Some of his ideas may surprise you. We'll ask him about chunky ice cream. I'm Marjorie Eagland. He's Jim Browdy. Listen to BPR 89.7 GBH.
For most actors and singers, performing on a New York stage is a dream come true. A trio of 90-year-olds credit their stamina, patience, and rest for their big breaks.
Sometimes I work 4 days a week, 6 hours a day. I think that's one of the reasons why my voice is hanging in there. And then I just do so many shows.
Taking a bow in your 90s on All Things Considered from NPR News.
Today at 4, here on GBH News 89.7.
Our programs are made possible thanks to you and Bunker Hill Community College, registering for online winter session, a 3-week session starting January 5th, designed to help students catch up on classes and get ahead. bhcc.edu/winter. And the Museum of Fine Arts Boston, presenting the luminous watercolors of Winslow Homer, together for the first time in a generation, of light and air. Winslow Homer in watercolor closes January 19th. More at mfa.org.
Welcome back to Boston Public Radio. Jim Browdy and Marjorie Eagland. We're streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. The Attorney General joins us for an hour on January 13th. Mayor Wu joins us for an hour on January 20th. We'll let you know about the governor as soon as she confirms for January. Dr. Ezekiel Emanuel is an American oncologist and bioethicist, senior fellow at the Center for American Progress, current vice provost for global initiatives at the University of Pennsylvania, where he chairs the Department of Medical Ethics and Health Policy. You may know him as the chief architect of the Affordable Care Act or his watershed article, Why I Hope to Die at 75. We'll explain that in a few minutes. His latest is a new terrific book with a bold claim, Eat Your Ice Cream, 6 Simple Rules for a Long and Healthy Life. Where do I hold it up? Oh, I did it right for once. There it is, right there. The biggest tip, friendship is the most powerful piece of the puzzle. Marjorie's going to say that means I am totally screwed. Dr. Ezekiel Emanuel joins us now on Zoom. And since he talks so movingly about friendship in the book, his friend and our previous guest, Corby Kummer, is sticking around for just a couple of minutes. Corby, Dr. Emanuel, good to see you both. Hi.
It's my great honor to be here again. Lovely to see you, too.
Yeah, thank you for joining us.
Before Corby leaves, Doctor, Corby told us during the break off air there would have been no book without Corby. Now, is that...
I did not say that.
Am I talking to the doctor or am I talking to you? Is that... You acknowledge his assistance, but is that accurate, Doctor, yes or no?
Let me tell you how this story came about, how this book came about.
Sure.
It really goes back to the fact that as a doctor, I always get asked questions about health. So, many years ago, I was in New York standing on the subway platform, and someone who I knew previously comes up and says, "Oh, hi, Zeke, how you doing?" And then he looks at me, almost immediately and says, "What diet are you on? Keto, South Beach, Atkins, paleo, vegan?" And I said, I just eat healthy. I don't know what you're talking about, a diet. No. I mean, what diet are you taking? I was like, no, I eat healthy. And this happens all the time. Now these days, it's like, should I drink alcohol? What is the latest on alcohol? I actually got it from a really prominent CEO in New York at a major bank. The thing I wanted to do in this book is to distill down, all the advice. It's not really my advice. It's the historical advice that we've known about people for centuries, really, into these 6 simple rules and provide people with the data behind the rules. Now, for one of the first things is, of course, Corby has informed me for decades about what good food is and what good how to eat well, and how to actually be a mensch. And so it's been important. Plus, he did save me from many mistakes, and that's actually the most important thing. I've learned a lot from Corby, and one of the things he suggested is consult this person, consult that person about various things.
Okay, enough about Corby. That's enough. I'm sorry I asked. Corby, before you go, what do you think of the book? And then we're going to talk about the 6 simple rules. What do you think of the book?
I think Zeke is incredibly succinct about summarizing so much scientific information none of us wants to see. We just want to repeat secondhand what other people say we trust. Zeke's read it all, and he writes in a wonderfully engaging conversational style to say, okay, I've actually read it, and here's what I think is the distillation of what you should do.
Corby, it's a pleasure to see you. Talk to you soon.
Thank you.
Thank you, Corby. $20 after this interview.
Okay. Well, that was a great story about the subway. But the title of your book is something we don't think of in terms of like our health. Eat Your Ice Cream. So tell us why those of us who love it should just keep going.
So one of the secrets I think about wellness is it can't be about self-deprivation. It can't be that you're constantly depriving yourself or you're constantly pushing yourself harder and harder. We aren't going to live forever. And part of a healthy, happy life is actually having pleasure and joy in life. It really changes our brain chemistry, changes our blood pressure, changes our heart rate. And part of it of ice cream, of course, is joy. Part of it's also, it's a dairy product. And again, we don't put it in the dairy case. We put it in the, just the luxury case. But it's a dairy product. And dairy is actually quite healthy for us. The Danes and the Dutch are two of the tallest people in the world, and they're among the highest consumers of dairy. We know that eating dairy gives you height. You actually get taller. We also know that it decreases your risk of diabetes. It also decreases your risk of colorectal cancer. Now, there are problems with dairy. One shouldn't paint it. There are some cancers that go up, like endometrial cancer. But net, dairy is good. And especially if it's, frozen yogurt, frozen ice cream, you get pleasure from it. You get a lot of protein, very proteinaceous. And so you should eat it. Plus, there was this article in The Atlantic that a lot of these longitudinal studies show ice cream is actually good for you.
So, Dr. Ezekiel Emanuel, as the subtitles, you said 6 simple rules for a long and healthy life. Let's back up a little bit. Briefly, tell us what they are. 3 of them, I think virtually all of our listeners would come up with, as you suggest. 3, we would probably not. What are they?
Right. So the physical ones, any wellness book you pick up is going to say, eat well, exercise, and sleep. Yes, those are the physical ones. It turns out the other ones are actually more important and much less emphasized. So one of them is don't take unreasonable risks. There are lots of things in the world unreasonable. Having a loaded gun at your house is a very bad thing. You're much more likely, twice as likely, to die by shooting than a neighbor who doesn't have a loaded gun in their house. Another one is sociability. As you point out, Jim, having friends is critical. It's the most important item for wellness, for longevity, and for happiness. And we knew this. Aristotle writes in his book on ethics, 2 huge chapters out of 10 are about being friends. We are a social animal, he says. Our front lobe, the neocortex, is all about navigating social relations. We are programmed for that. When we interact with people, our blood pressure goes down. We get more satisfaction, unless, of course, we're arguing. But then, we're also getting certain amounts of pleasure from that, too. And the last one is keeping mentally sharp. Personally, the worst situation I can imagine, hell, would be I've lost my mental acuity. I'm cognitively impaired, but every part of my body, my heart, my lungs, my kidneys, my liver, all working fine. That would be a disaster. So we have to do the things that actually improve our mental function. So those are the 6 different.
Well, and the last one, by the way, despite many of our listeners saying we'd like you to retire tomorrow, part of your recommendation is maybe you should think twice before you do retire.
Oh, absolutely. There are 2 key things. There's a researcher at RAND who did this amazing study, which really set me off in this direction, which is she looked at a variety of European, American, and other countries at the retirement age, when most people retired, and how the law programs it. And it turns out that countries that allow people to retire in their 50s have a lot steeper cognitive decline than countries like the United States and Switzerland, where people tend to retire in their 60s. What is it about jobs? Well, first of all, it's keeping a schedule. Second of all, other people are relying on you, so you're actually working. Third, you've got social interaction. You meet friends, social relationships. I just got an email from a guy who retired from Penn, said, one of the biggest losses of retiring from Penn is not the money, and it's the fact that I don't have that social network anymore. And the last thing is, it presents you with, cognitive challenges that you have to negotiate that keeps your brain young. Now, if you're going to retire, and this is the key second part, if you're going to retire, and we're probably all going to retire at some point, plan it. Make sure you maintain a schedule, maintain social interactions, volunteer to help other people, whether it's at the library, going to school, food bank, pet shelters. So those are the key messages.
Ezekiel Emanuel, one of the things I wondered, we don't really know this yet, but a lot of people that used to go to work every day and they had a schedule every day since the pandemic have not. They may be working at home full time, or they may be working like 1 or 2 days a week. For me, this has been kind of a bad thing. We have a small pot of people that we see all the time, but I don't know my coworkers anymore. And what is the thought? We don't know yet totally, but
No, we do.
Okay.
So 2 things, Marjorie. First of all, we do know that there are trade-offs. Now, clearly, working at home, doing remote work, you cut down on your travel time. You have more. It gives you more time as a result. But we do know that you're absolutely right. We know less people. Younger people don't get the same mentorship. Younger people turn out to be less productive, whereas older people, like me, I've got the whole network. I'm actually more productive because I'm not mentoring. And we also know that working in isolation is bad for you mentally. And so people who work at home, actually more anxiety, more depression. It actually, unless you have, again, a social structure that allows you to get these social interactions, which many people don't, working only at home has actually turned out to be a net negative.
So Dr. Ezekiel Emanuel, his book, by the way, which is terrific, it's called Eat Your Ice Cream, 6 Simple Rules for a Long and Healthy Life. And there's a lot of stuff you don't know. You think you do. Trust me, you don't. You were kind and said, or more polite, your first chapter about risk management, as you called it, is entitled, it's a quote from your father, "Don't be a schmuck," which I really love. And one of the schmuck-like behaviors, I assume we all do know, is smoking cigarettes. And you say 20 minutes. It's unbelievable. Every cigarette you smoke takes 20 minutes off your life. What you don't mention, which thrilled me, you do mention that you or your brothers or somebody like hot dogs, which I love. But you don't mention, which made me happy, because maybe it means it's BS. The University of Michigan did a study a couple of years ago saying every hot dog you eat takes 20 minutes off your life. Is that true or is that not true?
Well, hot dogs do have a problem. And I do talk about hot dogs, which is that they're processed meats. And processed meats are not good for you.
But they're really
good. Yeah, exactly. So, and Jim, I think this gets to, what is life all about? Life has all sorts of trade-offs. You get some pleasures from things, even though they might not promote your wellness, and they might even decrease your wellness. But I can tell you, when I go to Chicago and my brothers and I are trash talking each other, when we go out for a hot dog, it's like pure pleasure, and it's pure social interaction. And that's how you have to work. The same thing with alcohol. I get this all the time about alcohol. Look, the data are, I think, emerging and pretty clear, except for a small segment of older men who have high risk for heart disease. Alcohol is not good on a physical basis. Causes 7 different types of cancers, liver problems, disrupts your sleep. We could go on and on, right? Does that mean we stop drinking alcohol? First of all, it's unrealistic. 65% of Americans drink some alcohol. You have to moderate the alcohol consumption, and you have to make it work with other things. Enjoying the taste is one. But most importantly, people talk about how it lubricates social interactions. Yeah. So as I say in the book, don't binge drink, right? Don't drink alone, and don't drink to drown out your sorrows. Drink, if you're going to drink socially. Make it a way of facilitating other benefits. And the same thing with hot dogs. Jim, anytime you want to go to Chicago and have a dog with me, maybe 2 or 3, happy to do it.
I'm there, doctor. We're talking
it's
to doctors.
It's on the wellness diet if you do it together and you're having fun doing it.
Okay, since you wrote the book on this and I'm getting a chance to interview you, I want to ask you about something you didn't talk about in the book. You're not a big fan of supplements, right? You don't think we need to be worrying about taking vitamins all the time. But there has been a big dispute, because I'm a female, about calcium, that women were supposed to be taking calcium, and then we weren't supposed to be taking it too much because it's going to give you dementia. And you're thinking, do I want my bones to get soft, or do I want to get dementia? It's a tough, so what's the deal with calcium?
You do need calcium, and you need vitamin D as well. About 15 to 30 minutes of sunshine a day. The good thing about vitamin D is you got 12 weeks, you store it in your body for 12 weeks, so you don't need to get the sunshine every single day. But you absolutely need a sufficient amount of calcium. The other thing you need, which we shouldn't underestimate, is you actually need to stress and to do muscle strengthening, because muscle strengthening, muscles don't just float there. They are attached to your bones and they stretch out from the bones. They cause micro tears with exercise and with strength training. And those are actually important because the body comes along and repairs those and makes the sites, the bones and the muscles stronger. And again, it's not just bones. Yeah, I mean, the ultimate impact is, you break your hip or something. That's really terrible, and it's quite deadly to older people. But it's a muscle, bone, the entire body structure. So frailty is one of the things you want to avoid. Okay. And the most important way of avoiding frailty is to keeping up your exercise, aerobic exercise and strength training, and making sure you have enough nutrition. Now, let's go back to the supplement. Yes, lots of studies of multivitamins show they do not extend longevity. Not good. There are some classes of people who need it and need particular vitamins, and I kind of list them. If you're a woman thinking about becoming pregnant, or you are pregnant, making sure you get enough folate and other vitamins is critical. The folate in particular, we know, is associated with a huge drop that we've seen in spina bifida. Horrible, terrible disease where the spinal cord doesn't come together. And folate is critical for that. If you're a vegan, having vitamin B12, also very, very important. Older people, because of the change in the acid in their stomach, often have vitamin B12 deficiency. That's important. But for the vast majority of us, I might say all of us on this call, those supplements are mostly a waste of money and not pro-health.
Dr. Ezekiel Emanuel is the author of Eat Your Ice Cream, 6 Simple Rules for a Long and Healthy Life. Let's go back to this friendship, social interaction
I have some friends questions
thing.
Too.
Two things. Well, one thing first. You cite a number. I think 7.8 is how many? What's the ideal number of close friends? And what is a close friend?
Well, you can have close, about 5 to maximum sort of 10 close friends. They're people who you talk with regularly during the week, so it can't be you talk with them once a month. People who you can confide with, people who you can call upon for support when things go awry. They tend to be siblings or people in the family, people you went to college with, because, midnight shooting the shit tends to be a situation where you interact, you tell them your deepest thoughts, your romantic relationships, where you're going, your worries. Those are close friends. And it takes 200 hours roughly to get them. Wow. About 60 hours of, talking to someone to make them an acquaintance, someone you'd have over to dinner, someone you might even travel with. But close friends take 200 hours, and it's not just, at the cooler, it's 200 hours where you're really sharing your inner self. And they are critical. And the unfortunate fact is that in the United States, we're going in the wrong direction. We're up at about nearly 1 in 5 people have no or one close friend, which isn't enough.
And you talk about checking in with these close friends, as you say, not just once a month, but like every week or two. And, and how you talk to your brothers 4 or 5 times a week. That's a lot of talking.
Yes. I'm often, parents used to say, well, I'm for quality time, not quantity time. Well, you know what? It's hard to have quality time without quantity time. It just doesn't work like that. You can't just jump into the deepest part of your relationship unless you know someone. And then other people say, well, I connect over the internet with people. Yeah. If you have an established relationship, you have a history, you've been together in thick and thin, yes, you can connect over Zoom, but you can't establish a relationship typically like that, and certainly not a deep attachment to someone. But, my 2 closest friends from college don't live where I live. One lives in upstate New York, one lives in L.A. How do we connect? Well, we talk to each other. When we go to each other's towns, we see each other. And we prioritize it. And just the other night, I got a call. The other night was last night. I got a call from someone who's I wouldn't say a close friend, but acquaintance. And, we flew out to LA for his 80th birthday. And he was telling me he's had bad cancer. And he calls up, he went to a psychologist. The surgeon insisted he go to a psychologist after fighting a bad cancer. And the psychologist said, your medicine is friends. You've got to interact with people. You've got to call them. And I said to him, you've got a nice house. Invite people over for dinner, every week and do it. And when I come to LA, we're going out for dinner.
I should say, you give a lot of advice and eat your ice cream about how you go about expanding your friendship network and volunteering and getting involved in groups. The section on friends is really, really good.
Or like his father, just going into places and talking to people you don't know gives me hives.
Yeah.
But go ahead.
It used to embarrass me to know.
Oh, my God.
You learn a lot.
I'm sorry.
And my dad is like, what's the worst that can happen? They're uninterested in the conversation.
Yeah.
Am I going to die? No.
Can I ask you two things before you go here? I mentioned, and a lot of people are familiar with your piece in The Atlantic from like 12 years ago, Why I Hope to Die at 75. You and we have talked about it before. Explain to people what you meant, because the title is very provocative, but it conveys a meaning slightly different from what you write about. What was your point there, Doctor?
Yeah, and Corby Kummer, by the way, your guest, he's responsible for that article. He actually did. He insisted I write that article. Right. Yes, Corby, when he was at The Atlantic, insisted I write that article. So I actually, the title is given by the editors, not by the author.
That's
so
right.
what I said is, after 75, I do not want to have treatments where the justification of the treatment is going to prolong my life. Right. On the other hand, I get a cataract or I break my hip. Absolutely taking medical care to fix that. And COVID and talking with my wife, we've also agreed that vaccines, like a COVID vaccine, I would take after 75. The point of that is, what is my life about? And for me, my life is about, cognitive engagement with people, and doing my writing and other things. And if my mind is, I'm having cognitive decline, I don't want, that's not the point, to just prolong it, to outlive, as someone says in the wellness industry, right? My point is, I want to be mentally engaged in the world. And what I worry about, and what the data show, is that after 75, the chances of dementia and cognitive impairment go up very, very steeply. And that's what's fearful for me. Most of us are going to have that absolute increase after 75, and I want to avoid. I don't want to prolong my life at that point. That's not what it's about.
Ezekiel Emanuel, your book is a terrific source book, and it's really comprehensive, and as Corby said, totally accessible. But your profile, even though it's high, is not like the profile of Kennedy or Trump. And we have a president who says he doesn't exercise because he makes an analogy between his own body and a battery, and then you only have a certain amount of energy. That's really helpful. You have Kennedy, who's spewing craps.
Helpful, it's just wrong.
Exactly.
It's wrong.
You have Kennedy, forget not just vaccines, virtually everything he touches turns to crap. What do you say to an average person who says, I need to know what's real and what's an illusion, what's healthy and what's not, what will make me well and what will not? In an easy, quick kind of way, everyone. What do you tell them to do?
Jim, that's why I wrote the book. I wrote the book because people ask me that question all the time. And I said, here's the distillation of the book. And I tried to make it accessible with stories because I know that's how people relate, but it's also how it comes to me. And I will just quote RFK Jr. No one should take medical advice from me. That's what he said, and that's what we should believe. He did say that in the Senate, and it's 100%. And by the way, you may remember when President Trump was having that announcement about GLP-1s in the Oval Office, and that man fell over. What did RFK Jr. do? Run away. What did Donald J. Trump do? Just stand there. What would any reasonable person do? Go and help. They are not the people to get medical advice from. That's why I wrote the book, so you know the facts, you can get the facts. And by the way, we have all the footnotes, so you can go look up the study if you want to learn more in that book about a particular piece of data.
It's a terrific book. It's good to see you, Doctor, as always.
Thank you.
Thanks so much for your time.
So much for joining us. We've been speaking with Dr. Ezekiel Emanuel, an American oncologist and bioethicist, senior fellow at the Center for American Progress, the current vice provost of global initiatives at the University of Pennsylvania, where he chairs the Department of Medical Ethics and Health Policy. His new book, Eat Your Ice Cream, 6 Simple Rules for a Long and Healthy Life, available wherever you get your books. Dr. Emanuel, thank you very, very much for joining us. It was a lot of fun.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure as always.
As always for us too. And he basically said you can have a hot dog as long as you do it with a friend.
Okay.
That's
Coming up after this quick break, our venerated invincible Two More Things segment. I'm Marjorie Egan. He's Jim Browder. You're listening to BPR on 89.7 GBH, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News.
The UMass Amherst football team hit a new low this season, and it's making people wonder if taxpayer support and student fees are paying off.
Why is all the money going to the football team spending when we should have more seating in the dining halls? We shouldn't be wasting all the money on the football team.
It's just another clear symptom of a broken financial model in big revenue football.
I'm Kurt Carapezza. That story later today on GBH's All Things Considered.
Support for our programs comes from you and the Cape Cod Foundation, committed to building resources to support community life on Cape Cod, including environmental conservation, arts and culture, and community development. Learn more at capecodfoundation.org. And the University of Massachusetts Amherst. UMass, the state's flagship public research university, empowers students to be the future in the pursuit of progress for Massachusetts and beyond. More at umass.edu.
Oops. Welcome back to BPR. This is not like riding a bicycle, by the way. You know, we've been away a week and a half, and it doesn't come back quite as easily. Does it, or does it?
Yeah, I think it does.
It does.
Jim.
That's what I meant. It does. Marjorie Egan and Jim Browdy, streaming at youtube.com/GBH.
Except for my mispronunciations, which will continue.
What did you mispronounce?
FIFA or FIFA.
FIFA. Yeah.
FIFA.
BPL.
Which is it?
Tomorrow. It's FIFA.
Thank you.
You're welcome. BPL tomorrow, Wednesday, and Friday. It's time for Marjorie's beloved segment, Two More Things, or as Marjorie said today, can you believe we missed this while we were on vacation? She didn't say that. Go, take it away, Marjorie. One more thing from you.
Well, I just, people have made, not jokes, but talked about how that maybe this whole Venezuela thing was about another diversion from the Epstein files.
Wag the dog.
Wag the dog, exactly. Well, another possible wag the dog possibility is the fact that the Congress released the transcript of testimony by former special counsel Jack Smith. He's the one that went after Trump big time on New Year's Eve. What does everybody in America want to do on New Year's Eve? They want to sit down and watch television for 2 hours about the transcript from Jack Smith. Anyway, it was released by the House Judiciary Committee, but it features questions. Basically, Smith nails Trump in the deposition, which you can actually see the pictures of, and you can read. It features the 8 hours of his deposition, in which he says things like, the decision to bring charges against Trump was mine, but the basis for those charges rests entirely with President Trump and his actions. He says he developed proof beyond a reasonable doubt that President Trump engaged in a criminal scheme to overturn the results of the 2020 election. The Republicans try to twist things and get him into, making some kind of mistake. He doesn't do it. You see this and read the sections of it, and you say to yourself, once again, President Trump tried to overturn the will of the voters in the United States of America, got away with it. Merrick Garland took forever to get around to this case. The whole thing was ruined by Trump's reelection, but they buried it because when you look at it, say to yourself, whom to believe, it would not be Donald Trump. It would be Jack Smith.
Totally with you. I'm glad you mentioned. I also want to mention, talking about the impact of a diversion like Venezuela. And diversion is actually too cheap a way to mention it, because obviously it has serious consequences. Epstein files we don't talk about for days because of this. And remember, there was a deadline, a statutory deadline. The vote was 427-1 in the legislature. They blew the deadline. Then all of a sudden they found 1 million more documents I guess they hadn't been able to find. They failed to redact the names of some survivors here, allegedly unintentionally, but they, on the other hand, redacted some documents as long as 100 pages, every single word. Don't forget these women. There are hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of women still alive, still waiting for accountability, still waiting for the names of the men who committed these crimes, along with Epstein and Maxwell. And because we are, and by the way, I suffer from this too. I'm not accusing anybody else. We can only focus on one thing at a time. Don't allow something as important as Venezuela to distract you away from something incredibly important, which is justice for these women. So,
you know what's interesting about the Susie Wiles interview in Vanity Fair?
Yeah.
She was claiming that there wasn't going to be anything big in there more than we already suspect about Donald Trump or about Bill Clinton, that he was not doing what I think a lot of people think he might have been doing. Anyway, thank you very much, Jim. That was very impressive. We're out of time for this hour. Coming up after the 1 o'clock news, Michael Curry, head of the National League of Community Health Centers.
That'll be impressive.
And NAACP board member is going to join us, talk about health policy in the new year. Big tax breaks for home health aides, and NIH is considering the grants it took away because Donald Trump didn't like them. BPR, GBH, we'll be right back.
Thank you to everyone who supported GBH last year. Your support means there's more great stories on the way. So stay tuned and hear your contributions at work. Happy New Year from all of us. And thanks for doing your part for GBH.
Support for GBH comes from you. And Fixed Dental, offering permanent teeth-on implants, customized in their laboratory, enabling their doctors and technicians to oversee every aspect of the smile design. Learn more about all the treatments offered at Fixed at fixeddental.com. And American Repertory Theater with Wonder, a new musical for the whole family based on the best-selling book and beloved movie. Wonder celebrates the power of choosing kindness. Tickets at amrep.org.
You're listening to 89.7 WGBH HD1 Boston. Online at gbhnews.org. GBH News. What matters to you?
I'm Jim Browdy, head on Hour 3 at BPR. There are more lawmakers of color than ever on Beacon Hill, but the legislature still remains disproportionately white. We'll talk to the Mass League of Community Health Centers' Michael Curry about that and about escaping Colombia over the weekend just ahead of a possible Trump invasion.
I'm Marjorie Egan. Then forget diet and exercise. You want to live a long life? According to health experts like Ezekiel Emanuel, the secret to living long and prospering is to have lots of friends. How do you maintain those relationships? Do you find it harder to make friends as you get older? Or are you like Jim, who has so many friends you can't make time to reach out to long-lost Harriet Heinemann? Friends and you, call or text next on the third hour at BPR 89.7 GBH.
Live from NPR News, I'm Lakshmi Singh. Nicolas Maduro and his wife Celia Flores are pleading not guilty. The Venezuelan president and first lady have just been arraigned in federal court in New York City, 2 days after the couple was arrested in a U.S. military raid. They face drug trafficking, weapons, and other charges in the U.S. During the proceedings today, Maduro introduced himself as a president of Venezuela as well as a prisoner of war. His wife introduced herself as First Lady of Venezuela. Her right eye appeared swollen and forehead was bandaged in what may be an injury sustained during the U.S. military operation. Outside the courthouse today, protests were held in support and opposition to the U.S. military action over the weekend. NPR's Jasmine Garz has more.
Dozens of protesters gathered outside the courthouse ahead of deposed President Nicolas Maduro's indictment. Tensions escalated quickly between those who expressed outrage over the U.S. incursion in Venezuela and those who support it. Maria Su from Venezuela was visibly emotional. She said, quote, I'm happy to see him enter court today and pay for everything. Jasmine Garst, NPR News, New York.
President Trump is now threatening military action against Colombia. More from NPR's Frank Ordonez.
President Trump told reporters Sunday that a military operation in Colombia, quote, sounded good to him.
Colombia is very sick, too, run by a sick man who likes making cocaine and selling it to the United States. And he's not going to be doing it very long.
The threat is just the latest in a running war of words between Trump and the Colombian president Gustavo Petro, which has been escalating since the Trump administration's military campaign striking alleged drug boats in the Caribbean. Petro responded to Trump's threat in a long social media post, warning that arresting a president would, quote, unleash a popular jaguar. He added that he's asked the Colombian people to defend their president from any violence against him. Franco Ordonez, NPR News.
A man has been arrested on charges he broke windows at Vice President J.D. Vance's Cincinnati home. Nick Swartzel of member station WVXU has details.
The Secret Service says they detained the man early Monday morning. The Vances visited Ohio last week, but were not at the house at the time of the damage. The arrest report by Cincinnati police shows William DeFore is charged with vandalism, criminal trespass, criminal damaging, and obstructing official business in connection with the damage. He'll be arraigned tomorrow morning. Court records showed DeFore lives nearby and faced separate vandalism charges in 2024. After that incident, he was sentenced to undergo treatment for mental health issues in relation to the charges. For NPR News, I'm Nick Swartzel in Cincinnati.
The Dow Jones Industrial Average was up 771 points, or more than 1.5%, at 49,154. From Washington, this is NPR News.
Good afternoon. With the latest from the GBH Newsroom, I'm Henry Santoro. Dozens of protesters, including Massachusetts Representative Jim McGovern and Lori Trahan, took part in a rally in protest this past Saturday over President Trump's invasion of Venezuela. The Telegram and Gazette reports many of the protesters in Worcester's Lincoln Square held signs and collectively chanted phrases like "money for the people's needs, not for the war machine," to voice opposition to Trump's use of military force to enter Venezuela, arrest President Nicolas Maduro and his wife, and bring them to the United States to face charges. Trump has repeatedly claimed Venezuela illegally took over oil fields that once belonged to U.S. oil companies. Published reports say he plans to turn Venezuela's oil back to those U.S. companies. Upper and Middle Cape towns now have the option to be designated as seasonal communities by the state. In Massachusetts, seasonal communities are eligible for certain housing programs and state support. The idea is to counteract some of the housing affordability issues that are driven by seasonal tourism. According to the enterprise, select boards or town meetings can choose to accept the designation. Those towns include Bourne, Mashpee, Sandwich, Falmouth, Barnstable, and Yarmouth. All the other towns on the Cape and the islands are already considered seasonal communities. In sports, the Celtics and Bulls at the Garden tonight on the parquet, and the forecast this first Monday of the new year. We could see some snow showers a little later today, maybe some flurries, high today 27. Light snow 25 overnight. This is GBH News.
Support for NPR comes from NPR stations. Other contributors include Charles Schwab, offering investors choices like full-service wealth management, advice, investing, and trading on Thinkorswim. Learn more at schwab.com. And from the Doris Duke Foundation.
Welcome to hour number 2 of Boston Public Radio, hour number 3 of Boston Public Radio, Jim Browdy, Marjorie Aiken, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. Tomorrow, we will be at the Boston Public Library. Congressman Jake Auchincloss is zooming in to talk about Venezuela. We're going to talk with the Attorney General, Andrea Joy Campbell. That's January 13th at the library, 11 to noon. And the Mayor, Michelle Wu, will be with us January 20th, also at the library from noon to 1. Hello again, Jim.
Hey there, Marjorie. So we're joined now on Zoom. We think back on American soil. We'll explain that in a minute by Michael Curry. Michael is the CEO of the Mass League of Community Health Centers, on the board of the National NAACP. Michael, good to see you.
Good to see you both. Buenas tardes.
Well, we'll explain that.
Yeah, well, speaking of Spanish, there was an operation in Colombia, asked about an operation in Colombia, rather, on Sunday after, of course, Venezuela, aboard Air Force One. President Trump said this about Colombia.
Run by a sick man who likes making cocaine and selling it to the United States. And he's not going to be doing it very long, let me tell you.
So there will be an operation by the U.S.
It sounds good to me.
So, Michael, it sounds like you may have gotten out of Colombia just in the nick of time by what the president had to say.
Yeah, I don't anticipate that there'll be action in Colombia. I think the most that we'll see is this most recent action in Venezuela, which I think many argue legitimately was an overreach by the president. lacked constitutional approval and involvement. That being said, Colombian people are beautiful people. My time there, they treated me well. Culture, music, food, conversation. I enjoyed every moment I was there. So I'm hoping that if there is any action by this president and any other country, that it follows the normal course that it should by involving the Congress.
When did you leave Colombia?
I left late last night, so many of the flights.
Because they knew.
So
they must have known. I guess that's why I asked you. I wasn't trying to make a total joke there. I mean, I would be a little unnerved if I were in Colombia by what the most powerful man with the most powerful military had to say about my country. Did you hear any of that?
Yeah, I didn't hear any of it. I mean, I was there again for a festive period. It was New Year's. It was the day after Christmas. So people were celebrating. They were enjoying life. There were a lot of families. There were a lot of Americans there. So I met and got a chance to interact with many people from all over the globe, including many Americans. And I have some good friends who just got there yesterday as I was leaving, and they're there now. I got the flood of messages, Marjorie, with people worried about my safety. There was one day, because of what was happening in the news, I thought about whether we should go out. And we did it anyway. And there were tons of smiles, and people greeted us. I didn't feel any tension in the country.
So, Michael, back to Massachusetts. Feds gave $162 million to Massachusetts recently for rural health. It's a subject you know quite a bit about. Tell us what they're doing, and tell us if it comes even close to filling the hole that was created by the so-called Big Beautiful Bill law.
Yeah, well, one is, let's understand what the impact of this bill, One Big Beautiful, we call it OB3, because I hate to call it by its official name, because I don't believe it's beautiful. That being said, the bill will significantly and negatively impact public health, marginalized communities that rely on Medicaid, communities that can't afford health insurance and need access to health care. And this language, which now is bearing fruit, was to provide $50 billion through what they call a Rural Health Transformation Fund. Really, I believe politically meant to be an offset for the devastation the OB3 was going to have on rural communities, rural hospitals that are already closing. And that bill, to its credit, includes $50 billion. And now that money will be distributed to the 50 states to advance rural health care, which is a great thing. And Massachusetts is fortunate to have received an announcement that they, at least to this point, are allocated to receive $162 million. I was fortunate to weigh in on behalf of health centers on what we think that money could go to support. And the administration was gracious enough to receive our recommendations.
Yeah, but my concern, I mean, obviously, $162 million is not something to laugh at. But when I read some of these numbers about how much more the agricultural workforce depends upon these marketplaces, it's 6% of the American people overall, 27% of people who work in agriculture, which seems to me that, again, while $162 million is important, the damage created by the Affordable Care Act changes in that bill, in that law, are going to dwarf the money that we're getting. Am I right about that?
It is. I think it's interesting the way that this will work out, right, is that we know federal-state partnership to provide access to care. And that partnership includes creating subsidies for people to be able to afford their health insurance. So it's great that you have $50 billion to divvy up among the states that can go into targeting some disease. This is all of RFK Jr.'s initiatives around cardiometabolic disease, dealing with chronic illnesses. And that money will be used in rural communities across the country to do just that. The problem is that if you have insurance, it's pretty hard to manage your health. And for those, as you mentioned, Jim, farmers who are disproportionately reliant in rural farming communities on subsidized coverage, they're going to find themselves without coverage, with the inability to afford coverage, with the conflict of deciding whether they pay for care out of their pocket or put food on their tables or keep their businesses alive. That is a choice, again, that people shouldn't have to make, but farmers, rural folks will have to face it.
Guys, one last question. You may have mentioned this, but we had a bad connection for about 30 seconds there. So if you did, please repeat it. Do the community health centers in Massachusetts that you were in charge of, are they as accessible to people? I mean, people don't think that there are rural parts of Massachusetts, but there obviously are. Are they as accessible to people in less populated areas than they are in places like Boston?
They are. We have several rural community health centers that serve populations in Mass. I always use the statistic. We serve 98% of the zip codes in the Commonwealth.
Wow.
That means if you're in Franklin County or the Berkshires, no matter where you are in the Commonwealth, people are driving, in many cases, long distances to get to a community health center, as they would drive even longer distance, possibly, to get to a hospital. So we were very involved in the conversation with Secretary Mahania of the Health and Human Services around how do we propose policies that would be presented to the federal government for use of the $50 billion. 162 million will go a long way, and we hope those resources will come into the communities that health centers serve.
So, Michael Curry, we often hear about the dismal wages paid to people that we entrust to do the most personal care to our parents or our grandparents or sick relatives, so-called personal care workers. Maura Healey's office announced that they're going to not pay taxes on their wages, which I think is a good thing.
It absolutely is a good thing. I mean, anytime that we can find ways for people who are taking care of others, particularly in their home, because we know the critical role that personal care attendants, and I say this to all your listeners, because almost certainly all of us know someone who is receiving care by a PCA or a personal care attendant. That's more than 50,000 people with disabilities have a personal care attendant through the Massachusetts program. You know, we think about that prevalence in our life of how many people rely on them. We need them to be able to, in an industry that they don't make much money, that they aren't, that they're taking care of our loved ones. Any break will make a difference. Unfortunately, this isn't a huge break in terms of the relief that it provides them in tax breaks, but it's really cumulative, right? If we can find ways to make their cost of living better, their expenses less, then they can take care of our loved ones. So I think it's a huge benefit. Credit to Governor Healey, this administration, for putting their money where their mouth is.
You know, let me just be careful here because I don't want people to get their hopes up if they're not going to be eligible. Let me read you. Hannah Reale, one of our colleagues here, wrote a piece in late December about who this applies to. Many live-in home health aides will no longer have to pay income tax, state or federal, by the way, because the feds bought into this. Governor Healey's office announced a change for personal care attendants paid through Mass Health, which is the state's Medicaid program. So that's the qualifier to get you eligible. You know, just one more question along these lines. So many people fear that they're going to wind up in a nursing home, and because they don't have, I mean, these assisted living places, they're very, very expensive, so you have to have a lot of money. And they would always say they'd much rather stay in their house if they could get help. So I'm wondering if there's any thought, I mean, I know healthcare is in a mess, and we're talking about affordable care stipends and all that, but where's the thinking about getting more of a government subsidy so people can stay in their homes, which ultimately I think would be cheaper than paying for them in a nursing home? Where's the thinking now? That movement has been really underway for several years, Marjorie, where people realize that the highest cost of care that you can receive is in an institution, right? It's when you are in a hospital, it's when you are in a nursing home. And the best place for you to be, particularly if you have family or a PCA that can provide care for you at home, is with your loved ones, is in the comfort and secure space of your home. And we know that investment has already begun to invest in more home care.
The problem is that it isn't at the scale that we need it to be. We need more people to have the services. I think you couple home care with all the technology that's coming. We call them remote patient monitoring. The fact that we can have devices attached to you that tell us how you're doing with your blood pressure or other symptoms or conditions that you're managing. Combine that with community health workers who come and check on you and will reach in and make sure you're navigating the system well or getting your medication when you need it. We know that the best way to provide care is in safe spaces and in spaces that you feel comfortable in. We just haven't fully invested in it yet.
Talking to Michael Curry. Michael, there's some good news, thanks to some excellent lawyers and some good lower federal courts, that NIH grants that had been delayed or canceled by the Trump administration, not all of them, are being reconsidered. And in fact, in a story, I think it was in the Globe. Was it in the Globe or was it a GBH story? I'll look in a second.
GBH. Craig LaMoult.
Craig LaMoult did a story that is the number 353 grants to UMass alone were delayed as a result of this. And well, two questions. One, what the impact of this is. I know it's something that Marjorie talks a lot about these grants disappearing. And secondly, you're a pretty good lawyer, and I've asked this question quite regularly of the head of the Civil Liberties Union, Carl Rose, who I think is with us tomorrow, is there's no penalty for the administration, whether they deport somebody who they knew they couldn't deport and they get caught. The worst they have to do is fix it. Same situation here. They put people through hell. They have labs that are closed down in clear violation of law. These were based upon DEI policies and trans policies and that sort of thing. And at the end of the day, it's like they robbed the bank. The judge forces them to give the money back, literally and figuratively, and that's it. Does that not, you can work backwards. Does that not trouble you that there's no sanction for this irresponsible lawlessness?
We're beyond law now, Jim. I keep telling you that.
I know we are. No, I'm serious. I mean,
that's very yesterday, following the law.
Well, I think Marjorie's point is well taken, right? Is if this was really about the law, then these things would not be happening, right? The Epstein files would have been released. We wouldn't be attacking Venezuela without the congressional approval. And you wouldn't be defunding organizations, institutions, research arbitrarily, unilaterally because of some Trump priorities without any approval by Congress either. So there are so many aspects to this that are not about the law, and we can't expect the Supreme Court to have the check and balance that we rely on from the Supreme Court. I mean, they've abdicated that responsibility. And Congress has abdicated that responsibility. So here we are. We're in a situation where folks still have to file lawsuits, have to really hold this president accountable in every way they can, so that the courts eventually catch up and can hold him accountable. In this particular case around research, we have cutting edge research that the Mass League, we are even engaged in with our colleague institutions that literally about saving lives, that are literally about like Harvard School of Public Health, looking at what is the diseases that are impacting our lives and getting ahead of those and coming up with cutting edge treatments. Unfortunately, this had a chilling effect on a lot of that work. So I think this is great news that people, ACLU and others, file lawsuits. And now there's some action happening that by the administration that opens those gates back up to the research we need.
You know, one of the most heartbreaking things I think a lot of us read over Christmas was the death of Tatiana Kennedy Schlossberg. Finds out she'd just given birth to her second child. They think something's a little bit wrong with her blood. Finds out she has leukemia, and she's never able to take care of that newborn baby because of bone marrow transplants and risk of infection, and just she died. And wrote this. If people haven't read it, it is just such a moving piece. She wrote it for the New Yorker magazine, talking about her her being 35 years old, mother of a newborn baby, and another child who I think is 3 now and dying. But what she talked about in that article, one of the things she talked about was she chastised her cousin RFK Jr. for shutting down all this research into diseases like cancer that she has. We don't know how many people, everybody knows someone with cancer. Lots of people with cancer are in trials because the chemotherapy, the radiation didn't work for them, and they're in these trials of these new methods to treat their cancer. We don't know how many people across America were never going to get a chance to be in those trials because he shut them down. I mean, it's just like we're standing by while he says, hey, too bad, you may have to die because we're not going to allow these trials to continue. I mean, it's really, sometimes I just can't get over what's going on.
Yeah, I mean, disturbing, and we know that he lifts up the focus. His prioritization is on chronic disease, and that he argues we've invested too much in infectious disease and research related to that, and not enough in the chronic disease. So one, it's a contradiction in that we're not that this had a chilling effect even on chronic disease research here and across the country. That being said, and it destabilized the institutions that do that research, not even directly the research, but the institution and their financial stability to do that work. And then the researchers themselves who had their projects suspended. But the other side of that is really the infectious disease concern that we should all have. That just several years ago, a pandemic hit the world. And we were talking about why prior presidents had defunded our pandemic research and left us vulnerable to COVID-19. I then asked the question, where was the lesson learned for all of us, RFK Jr., that this is really about making sure that we're doing the kind of research that will save lives 10, 15, 20, 100 years from now when that next infectious disease takes the world.
Let me just read you mentioned, I just looked it up because I read the New Yorker piece too, and it was incredible. And by the way, there are reports that are unconfirmed that Kennedy was not invited to Schlossberg's funeral, which I think may be today. I'm not sure, but I think they're unconfirmed. Here's what she writes. Well, I would agree with you. I watched from my hospital bed as Bobby, in the face of logic and common sense, was confirmed for the position despite never having worked in medicine, public health, or the government. I watched as Bobby cut nearly $500 million for research in mRNA vaccines, technology that could be used against certain cancers, slash billions in funding from the NIH, the world's largest sponsor of medical research, and threatened to oust a panel of medical experts charged with recommending preventive cancer screenings. I mean, this is what the highest health official in the United States of America is doing. It's just...
I mean, it's like a bunch of nuts running the government.
Well,
it's just really...
It's one thing to be a nut and just cause pain for people. Mm-hmm. This is a nut who, as you just were both suggesting, is causing people to die.
Extremely powerful.
Yeah.
You know what I worry most about everything we've talked about related to this administration is that we get weathered to it, that it becomes so normalized.
You are
that
so right.
We start feeling as if, well, that's just not as bad as the last thing. And I think we have a lot more to go. And it's going to be important that we remain vigilant, to ask questions, to challenge it, to speak out, to know the facts, to know the data. And if we stop doing that, shame on us, because we'll become complicit.
Couldn't agree more. You know, Michael, before you go, there was a piece, I think, in the Globe about how while the numbers of elected officials of color on Beacon Hill are increasing, they still fall well behind the percentage of the population of blacks and Latinos, for example. I think Asians as well. There has been redistricting that had in its part of its purpose was so there be more diverse representation. That only happens, though, every 10 years unless you're in Texas. So what's the missing ingredient here?
Yeah, I mean, I've been intimately involved with redistricting since I was president of the NAACP in Boston back in 2011. We worked on those maps with the legislature, both the House, Senate, and the House and the Senate. So I intimately know how that process work goes on the heels of census, on the heels of the census. And it is a process that requires some intentionality to create more opportunity in areas where there hasn't been. That's why we have more elected officials of color as the work that we all did together, mass vote, NAACP, the chair of the House Redistricting Committee, the Senate Redistricting Committee. We all did that work together, and then we ended up with an Ayanna Pressley in Congress. Capuano's district became really a large majority people of color district that allowed that opportunity to happen. I say that when we think about Massachusetts legislature, census and redistricting is one approach to doing it, and we need to continue to do that, as Senator Liz Miranda and others have lifted up. But we also need to be intentional about creating pipelines. And back in 2004, a group of us organized Boston Urban Progressives that was about identifying qualified, talented, dynamic future leaders and then preparing them to take office at some point, introducing them to policy issues, healthcare, housing, education, so that when the time was right, they were highly likely to be elected to office. That effort didn't last long because of funding, but I think we need to get back to preparing the bench, and we need to be very intentional about it. Women and people of color.
Michael Curry,
glad you made it out of Colombia.
Yeah, I'm glad
even though
you
had a great time, right?
I had a beautiful time.
How was the weather?
It was wonderful, and I'll send you both a picture. Julie says hello.
And hi to her.
All right.
Who we got to, if you weren't listening a few weeks ago,
we
the
got to meet
60th
her.
anniversary of the league, we were lucky enough to sit next to Julie there, and it was a joy for all of us, and I hope for her. We were really thrilled to meet her.
Thank you very much, Michael. You're a lucky guy. We've been speaking.
Thank you. I feel lucky. Thank you.
We've been speaking with
She's
Michael.
Fairly lucky too, I should
That's
say.
right. She's fairly lucky too. Okay. So lucky couple. Very lucky couple. Okay. We've been speaking with Michael Curry, CEO of the Mass League of Community Health Centers and the board of the National NAACP. Thank you very much, Michael. Coming up after this quick break, we're going to bring you a conversation we had earlier in the show. We're going to expand on the conversation we had earlier in the show with Dr. Ezekiel Emanuel. His new book makes the case against trendy health regimes, instead saying it matters less what you do and more whom you do it with and how often you're doing it. So we're going to open the lines and get your thoughts on friendship. That is next. You're listening to Jim Browdy, Marjorie Egan on BPR. What are you laughing at?
You paused for a second, like you didn't even remember who I was.
I forgot who you were over vacation. Are you Jim? Are you Harry?
Oh, thank you.
Maybe you're Bill.
Okay,
You're listening
fine.
to BPR on 89.7 GBH, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News.
For most actors and singers, performing on a New York stage is a dream come true. A trio of 90-year-olds credit their stamina, patience, and rest for their big breaks.
Sometimes I work 4 days a week, 6 hours a day. I think that's one of the reasons why my voice is hanging in there, and then I just do so many shows.
Taking a bow in your 90s on All Things Considered from NPR News.
Today at 4, here on GBH News 89.7.
Our programs are made possible thanks to you. And the Cambridge Homes, a nonprofit, independent, and assisted living residence with a tradition of service, working with Cambridge area seniors for more than 130 years. You can learn more at thecambridgehomes.org/tradition. And Celebrity Series of Boston, presenting the Tyshawn Sori Trio, with Pulitzer Prize-winning Sori on drums, Aaron Deal on piano, and Harish Raghavan on bass, January 16th at Berkeley Performance Center. More at celebrityseries.org.
Welcome back to BPR. Marjorie Egan and Jim Browdy are streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. Library tomorrow, whenever the... do we do this because of you?
What?
No tickets or RSVP. Who thinks their tickets are RSVP?
Well, there may be some confusion, Jim. We just want to let people know.
We're ending. They are not needed. We're ending the show today with you. Dry January, intermittent fasting, whatever the latest health trends are, would not keep you as healthy as just spending time with friends. That's what Dr. Ezekiel Emanuel told us in the 12 o'clock hour today. It's from his new book, Eat Your Ice Cream. Six simple rules that's on the floor for a long and healthy life is the title of the book. It's what physicians and researchers have been saying increasingly for years. Isolation and loneliness are the real killers, and the real wellness providers are social interactions and friends. So open the lines at 877-301-8970. Talk to you about a friendship, especially after you've been stuck with your family during the holidays for whatever period of time. Do you subscribe to this notion? Do you agree the single most important element of well-being is friendships? He said you should have, based upon research, anywhere from 5 to 10 close friends. Do you remember how long he said it took to cultivate a close friend?
Like 200 hours. Yeah.
We want to know if you've done that. And if you do, how do you find a new friend? Let's assume you're a little short. You only have 3.5 good friends, close friends. You say, I want to go up to 6. How do you convert someone from acquaintance to close friends? Do you do the 200 hours? What do you do to expand your universe of close friends? And do you even buy this notion? For example, we didn't have time to talk to him about it. In terms of social interactions, you know what he's against? Dining alone.
Yeah.
We talk a lot about that and celebrate it. He says if you are going to dine alone, at least have a social interaction with the person sitting at the next table or the bar near you, as long as they look safe. And that sort of thing. 877-301-8970. How many close friends do you have?
I don't know. I don't know.
Okay, well, there you go.
I mean, he says you can count people in your family. So, I'm close with cousins and stuff like that, too. Those are family members.
They do count. But you know what? They also...
How many friends do you have?
Dozens. Very close. Dozens.
I know you have one.
I have
you
a
have
few.
one.
I have a few.
Yeah,
I have a few close friends.
At least one.
People I hang out with fairly regularly. Yeah.
Okay. Are they family, though? Or are they... See, I think
Some are.
Yeah, family is
Some are.
often...
Well, I obviously, the thing I spend most of is my younger daughter's dog. I spend... huge, far more than 200 hours. By the way, I totally subscribe to this. You know what the other element, the flip side of, I said it's more important than X or Y or Z and that sort of thing. He also went on to say, the first question you asked him was, why, the title is Eat Your Ice Cream, Why is Ice Cream Okay?
Yeah.
Not only are there some parts of ice cream that are actually healthy for you, he goes on to say, because you'll generally have it with somebody else, and the benefit of the social interaction outweighs whatever negative impact. Same with a modest amount of alcohol. While no alcohol is apparently more healthy than even modest amounts of alcohol, if you have a modest amount, because as he said 65 people drink some, and they're not going to stop drinking overnight, at least do it in a social setting. Do you buy the notion that of all the health things he talks about in this 200-page book, by far the most important is social interaction, friendship?
I kind of like sometimes eating by myself. I like standing in the kitchen. I stand up and eat the kitchen and watch something I want to see on TV.
Well, I didn't say you didn't like it, but do you subscribe to his notion that social interactions are so important?
I do. But I think in the book he really goes into details about things like lots of people. When you're a kid, you hang around. You go with your friends, you hang around. Or if you go to college, you hang around. And how often your close friends are people that you hung around with when you were young.
That's funny. He said he has 2 close friends from college.
Yeah, or that a lot of your close friends are people that you worked with. And I think of my close friends in my life, a lot of them that I was friending with for years are people I worked with at the Herald. You kind of tend to grow apart when you're not working there anymore. And that's the issue about people that are in the workplace now that post-pandemic, when they're not so much in the workplace.
Your question was great about work from home to him. That was a great point.
Well, you're not making those close friends. I mean, I used to work every Saturday forever. It was really horrible. But I worked with Peter Gelsinich. You know Peter Gelsinich.
Great columnist at the Boston Herald.
Boston Herald. And I became very friendly with him over the years because we worked together every Saturday for like 30 years. And you get really friendly with those people. And that's very different now, I think.
877-301-8970. Callie Crossley, you've heard of her?
Mm-hmm.
Callie Crossley texts, capital letters, it's not the number, it's the quality. I think it's very important to distinguish between knowing a lot of people or even having lots of people in your various circles and real friends. Too many people describe people as friends who are not true friends. And yes, cultivating a friend is a huge part of the give and take, though I have no problem dining alone.
Yeah,
well, she's covered sort of every sort of thing there.
But I think that's a good point. I think what Ezekiel Emanuel was talking about is saying that a good friend is someone that you confide your deepest fears or whatever to.
Your deepest whatevers.
Vulnerable. Yeah. That
your
you
joys,
have,
your fears.
Joys, that's right. Your fears, your sorrows, your hopes, and your dreams.
Exactly.
That kind of thing. I don't know.
200 hours is a lot of time, though, you know? It
I don't
really
see
is a
you
lot of
confiding
time.
all your hopes and dreams out there.
No, generally, when I was younger and I would go to a Nathan's in New York City, I'd talk to anybody. That's the hardest part, by the way, in terms of social interaction. We'll get to your thing in a minute. I mentioned this in passing. He writes extensively in his book about his father, who would go and essentially talk to anybody, and in a really serious and engaging. Marjorie's making a face, not paying attention, because it must be Jamie or Zoe or some
Harriet Heinemann
incredibly unhelpful
Harriet is
person.
texting Jim.
She's not texting.
I wanted to have a close friend, very close, but he always rejected me and a shot put ball.
Okay, fine. It's really, I mean.
Yeah, and here's somebody who says, the anonymous texter, Ezekiel Emanuel's advice sounds exhausting and anxiety-provoking. No thanks. I just need my books and my dogs.
By the way, I have to say, I didn't find it that, I was worried that was going to be the case.
He's really
he lives in the, no, he's not. He lives in the real world.
He talks about
says people aren't going to stop drinking.
He's got like 2 or 3 brothers, right?
Yeah.
He talks about talking to them 4 or 5 times a week.
He has 2 brothers.
Okay, 2 brothers, 4 or 5 times a week. That's a lot of talking to your brothers.
Well,
now,
can I tell you something?
Conversations are short.
If one of my brothers was running for president of the United States, I'd be talking to him every day too. Because you know what happens if you become president of the United States?
Yeah,
your siblings become billionaires. It's unbelievable. Your kids, your sibling. No, I'm kidding there. Not kidding about the one particular. But let's take some calls. Friendship is our topic.
Harry in Quincy.
Hello, Harry. What's up?
Hi, Jim and Marjorie. Glad to hear you're still on the radio these days. After NPR is being cut.
We're here as far as we know. Yeah, so far. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah,
thanks.
And I'm grateful for that.
Good.
I'm also grateful for my lifestyle, which includes these large groups of people that I'm around on a very regular basis. I'm a recovering alcoholic, and I've got 26 years sober.
Congratulations on that.
Every Friday night, I'm in a room with people. Thank you. With who hear my experience, hopes and dreams in a very, very structured but intimate sort of way. So I'm in that community. I sing with the chorus, the Quincy Choral Society. So I have another group of people that I'm with socially. So I'm out making music, doing this great thing, and then I work in the film business. So I'm doing background, and I'm on set with these people that I've known, all the time that I've been in Boston here. So I have these built-in sort of interactions that happen all the time, and it expands my life to the nth degree. Everywhere I go, I am connected to this huge part of the earth.
Which is pretty neat.
Don't take that for granted.
Harry,
it's spectacular.
Do you socialize with some of the people that you've known over the years in AA? You got to go out for a drink, obviously, but maybe go out for coffee or go out for dinner
Every Friday.
Every Friday after the meeting.
We are terrorizing the 99.
Wow. Okay. So that's pretty neat.
Well, can I also, in Ezekiel Emanuel's book, he references somebody we were lucky enough to have on the show a couple of weeks ago, Bob Putnam, who wrote the sort of the
Bowling Alone.
Bowling Alone, and you are a perfect example of not bowling alone, and that's exactly the kind of thing. Everything you mentioned, Harry, were the kinds of things that Bob mentions in the book and mentioned us. And thank you for your terrific call. Marjorie is laughing. Marjorie is like such a one-trick pony. It's so embarrassing. Anonymous texter. Harriet Heinemann has a new book coming out too. It's called Shot Putting Alone. You are the easiest mark. It's pathetic.
Oh, boy.
877. By the way, Harry nailed it. I mean, I'm not sure Harry would have said everyone is a close friend, but he maximizes social interactions, which is one of the central themes of Emanuel's terrific book.
Yeah, maybe I should start going to AA meetings, Jim. Go out to the 99 afterwards.
Well, I don't think that, what are you talking about?
Well, didn't that sound lovely? Every Friday night, the big group goes over to the 99. It's a great time.
Okay, fine. Now let's go to Jeffrey in Halifax. Hello there. How are you, Jeffrey?
I'm great. How are you?
We're good, thank you.
I just want to support what the good doctor was saying, that close friendships are key. I have a friend I want to tap who goes back to 6th grade. I refer to him as my oldest and best friend in the universe.
Wow.
And we talk almost daily.
That's great.
If nothing else, just to check in on the way to work. And our tradition slipped a little bit but for the longest time, no matter where we were, we would cut time out of Friday night, get on the phone, and have not just a single shot of high quality tequila together and review the week and talk about the coming weekend. And it's the most rewarding relationship in my life.
Wow.
Boy, it sounds like it is.
Great.
That is great.
How long are you on the phone for generally, Jeffrey?
Varies. Sometimes we're on the move, but at least 10 or 15 minutes. On Friday nights, it runs up to an hour or so. It just depends on how busy a week. We both have a lot to talk about in politics, which are just horrific in some ways.
Yeah.
And we both got married in the last couple of years and remarried. And he was my best man, and I was his. And
wow.
It's just, the fun thing is about our friendship is the way we answer our phone calls when I see it's him is I'll drop the F-bomb first thing. It's like,
hey, Jeffrey.
And then we're off to the conversation.
That sounds terrific, and you can tell your heart is really in that, and you expressed it beautifully. Jeffrey, thanks. Bill from Chelmsford writes, after listening to Dr. Emanuel, I called a friend I worked with for 30 years as a firefighter and knew for many years before that. We made plans to have lunch, which we've been doing every month or so since we both retired a few years ago, and it's always a great time. This time together is enjoyed, but it's anticipating the visit that it's also good for the mind as well. That's pretty great.
Yeah.
Thank you, Bill.
In Emanuel's book, he talks about people joining book clubs, people volunteering, getting in volunteering groups, walking together, hiking together, those kinds of things. You go out with the guys every once in a while.
Every 3 months. It's great. It's actually, I really look forward to it. Aaron in Hopkinton writes, still close with college friends, and it's a source of wellness and strength. I also spent a few hours, this is great, calling old friends from college and high school that I hadn't spoken to in 10 years over the holidays. It was life-changing. How great is that? Mike in North Carolina, it's another great point. Friends are even more important as you get older. I'm flying to Boston, celebrate my best friend's birthday. We've been friends for 52 years. We'd love to see you at the BPL. Where can we get tickets, Mike? Contact Marjorie. She can slip you a couple of tickets.
Sherry in Boston is in a different place. She says, dining with cats is better. I'm working on my goal to be the home that neighborhood kids dare each other to knock on my door.
Well, some people like being alone. But by the way, we didn't mention, even though he is also mentioned in the book, is Vivek Murthy, who was the former Surgeon General, who wrote that piece about loneliness that we've talked about a lot on the show. And did you hear that what did Dr. Emanuel say, that somewhere in the neighborhood of 25% of people in America don't have one person they consider to be a close friend?
Here's Peter in Mystic. Dr. Emanuel is clearly an extrovert, therefore he would need more close friends and social time. As an extreme introvert, I have maybe 3 close friends and value deep connection over quantity. Also, does the friend I pay $190 a therapy session every week count as a friend? That's an interesting thing. People that have been going to the same therapist for a long time have a very tight relationship with their therapist.
Carla from Seattle. I think some people count acquaintances as friends when they're not. I respectfully disagree with your guest regarding eating out alone. Actually, I don't think you do, Carla, because let me read the rest of your text. Restaurants and cafes are called third places between home and work. You support local businesses. Check in with employees that become friends. That's exactly what he's talking about. That kind of social interaction, and still get work done with a great meal. That I think is a perfect sort of combo. You do eat alone, which I really enjoy too every once in a while, but you talk to people, which I find really, that's the part of the thing that I find really hard to do, is talking to people, like starting up a conversation with somebody you don't know. And as Dr. Emanuel said, his father would always say to the 3 sons, what's the harm? If a person doesn't want to talk to you, they don't talk to you. But it's easier said than done. Do you do that? Do you talk to people out of the blue?
I do, not if I'm next to them at someplace eating dinner, because then you never know, or like on an airplane. If
who do you talk to?
I talk to people at the checkout. I talk a lot of times.
Well, what do you mean? You say hi, how are you? That's not what I'm talking about.
We just have a little brief conversation, that sort of thing. I had a conversation with a guy at the CVS across the street yesterday.
What did you talk to him about?
Well, he was a young kid, and this woman was giving him a really hard time.
Oh, that's nice. And you stood up for him?
No, I just said to him afterwards, you were really a patient.
Why don't you stand up for him?
Person. Well, I thought he could handle it himself. I didn't butt in. But, I talked to him. I think he liked it.
Can I read one more before we get back to the calls? Brownie from Maine. I'm a male in my 50s. I consider myself to have 5 good friends. I have 3 metrics for that I've been to their house, they've been to mine, that I could count on them if needed, and the reverse for me, and that we have the same sense of humor is huge, and find the same things funny. We do, by the way. I have a lot of acquaintances, but just 5 good friends definitely helps with mental health. And if I didn't have them, I'd be in a different place. That's pretty great, too.
That's a good one.
That's a good one.
Now I'm feeling I'm friend deprived to go out and make more effort here.
What?
I have to go out and make more effort to have these deep conversations with people. Susan from Rhode Island, what do you think, Susan?
Hello, Susan.
Hey, first I need to say hello to Jim. I'm a 38-year Rhode Island legal services person.
Oh.
Our union way back when, yes.
Wow,
so
Susan.
Retired.
That's great.
So I still stay in touch with my colleagues at work. We just had lunch last Monday. I have been in a book group for over 40 years. We're close friends.
Wow.
I organize a breakfast every Friday. 4 people show up or 15 people show up. 2 more things. I never thought I'd ever go to a senior center, but I started doing that, taking chair yoga, Zumba, organized 20 women to go out to lunch early December.
Yikes.
And my last thing about especially making new friends, I'm part of the Ranging Grannies, women of a certain age who sing songs with lyrics pertaining to the times. So that's my story.
Susan, don't go away.
Wow.
Tell us, we know about the Raging Grannies, and it's fabulous. Tell us about that Friday breakfast you organized. What is that?
Is it in a restaurant or a house?
I was 9 o'clock. I put out a text. I select the restaurant. People show up. I know who's coming, not coming. We go to various places. And to tell you the truth, when I'm away, they can't organize it.
That's pretty good.
I've been on vacation and actually sent the text so they can go out to breakfast.
Hey, Susan, that's pretty great. I'm glad you mentioned the legal services connection. Thanks for redrawing that. Really appreciate it. You know what I realized, by the way, the reason I asked about the breakfast, I told you when I took off a Friday a couple of months ago to go do a thing at the Mass Association of School Committees in the Hyannis. And I told you I went, what's the name of the breakfast place I told you I went to?
The Daily Paper.
Daily Paper,
really
which is
good.
great.
Yeah.
Sitting at the next table were 6 guys of a certain age. And I was sitting there by myself, so I was listening to the whole conversation. They all played hockey together at BU. Like, I'm guessing 30.
And that famous team that beat the Russians?
Well, that wasn't BU. I mean, it had the BU guy.
Wasn't that BU?
The one guy he wasn't one of them. Mike Ruzioni. He wasn't one of the 6 guys at the table. But I overheard they go there once a week, every single week, and sort of like the caller just said, if 5 of them show up, sometimes 10 of them show up, but it's something, and you could tell in their faces and their conversation, there was something they look forward to in a huge way.
So about an eighth of a mile away from the Daily Paper is Lambert's. It's a food place, takeout place, like a market.
Of course.
Outside of that, Lambert's, every day I'm down the Cape in the summertime, every day when I go over there, if I'm going to get something, the breakfast sandwich or whatever, there's the same group of guys, there are at least 10 of them, sitting outside, drinking coffee together. They have been there for years. It's really kind of cool. Now, anonymous texter says, I had a couple of close friends, and Trump came along. I learned more about these close friends than I wanted to know. Close friends may need to change throughout your life, and the transitions tend to make your pool smaller. Melissa from Cambridge, thank you for calling.
Hi, Melissa.
Hey, good morning. It's Melissa from Cambridge.
How are you, Melissa? Good to talk to
you. My dad knew your dad, and when my father was literally dying the last day of his life with a glioblastoma tumor, the Lamberts were over sitting next to him at his bedside because he was one of those guys who went over to Lambert's, and you know this from your dad too.
Yes.
Almost every day, he was back in the freezers with the Lamberts, and I will tell you, they were among his closest friends, and he asked for them, and they came over and sat next to him, literally on the next to last day.
Melissa, that is a
kind of friendship.
I think my father played golf with your father, right? Is that what you did? They did. They did. Yeah, that's right.
We played in the father-child golf tournament with Dan and Liz and my dad and me in that golf tournament. So
Liz is Marjorie's sister. Who's a fabulous golfer.
Liz is an amazingly dear friend. We traveled and told many stories from New York to the Cape.
Oh,
but anyway,
wow.
I was calling because of an observation I made yesterday. I went to a First Soup Sunday in Boston, actually in Dorchester, and the invitation list, you know how you get those Evites?
Yes.
Said there were 146 people who said, yes, I'm coming. The place was jammed. It was in a friend's house. And all of a sudden, two things happened that were notable. One is that Senator Warren arrived with her husband, and in she came. And then a little while later, Ayanna Pressley walked in with her husband, and she was there. And everyone was just having a grand old time talking. But, Jim, I was thinking about this when you said the last thing you'd want to walk into a room and have to talk with strangers. The ease at which those two women understand when they walk into a space like that, they can't have just soup like I can, and sit there and have a wonderful time. But I will tell you that they made people feel instantly as though they were friendly. Not friends for life, but the ease that they have in talking and the sociability of a thing like getting 5 Koreans of soup and inviting 146 people to your house to have soup together on a cold winter afternoon. That is what collectively has given me my life, because I'm a single person who raised a daughter as a single mother. And if I didn't have that kind of network and that communities to go into, my life would not be anything like what it's been. And I've loved it.
Melissa,
that was a beautiful
what a
call,
great
Melissa.
Call.
Thanks.
I'll tell my sister you called in. She'll be thrilled. Nice to talk to you.
Read Michelle from Gloucester.
Michelle from Gloucester, here's my definition of good friend. You call them up and say, I need you to drive me to Florida this afternoon. And they say, okay, before they ask why.
And Dave from Manhattan, this segment made me take stock. I have quite a few more very close friends than I thought I did. Boy, I need to get on the phone. I did not mean to take them for granted. I'm so sorry. That's pretty great.
Yeah, and here's Emil in Marlborough. I play basketball weekly with guys age 50 and up to my age. We have a reception afterwards, and we all get great comfort and camaraderie every week. One of my cousins has been in a softball league for like 40 years.
With the same people?
Same people. Well, I don't know if it's all the same people, but he's been there forever, and they're really old now, and they still play together, and they won some like seniors championship.
Well, let me quote him again. That's what the antithesis of bowling alone. That's exactly what he's talking about. Join things, do things. I mean, we mentioned in this Eat Your Ice Cream book by Dr. Emanuel, he quotes Robert Putnam, and that's part of where the thing about social interactions matters so much. Why you make a...
I
thought there was another Harriet text.
There are, but I won't do it.
Aaron in Brookline. I made a new friend at the BPR, at the BPL. That's, the library. One Friday in November. We've only seen each other once since, but whenever one of us is planning to attend the broadcast, we text each other to see if the other one is going. If she's listening today, hi Heidi, looking forward to seeing you in 2026.
That's great too.
How many close friends do you have, Jared Bell? We haven't seen you. Happy New Year. It's good to see you.
I know. I haven't seen you.
What's going on? How many close friends do you have?
I think I have a few close friends.
Yeah. And when Ezekiel Emanuel told us that to make a close friend, the research shows 200 hours of investment to get there. Do you subscribe to that notion?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, because the people I define as close friends are the people that you can call and say, drive me to Florida, or the people you can call in the middle of the night that you need something, or the thing I really love is that you could not have seen each other for a month and a half and you launch right into it, or sometimes even longer. Because a lot of my close friends go back to elementary school.
What?
Well,
really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, that's one of the things Putnam was saying, because when you're a kid, you hang out. And you hang out with your friends like all afternoon doing really nothing. And that's one of the keys to developing strong friendships. And that's why a lot of your strong friendships are from your childhood.
Well, some of the nothings turn out to be something. And if you survive those things with your friends at that early age and they know that stuff about you, that's what's so key, I think.
Do you have any friends from elementary school?
High school.
Wow. I know you have high school friends.
Yeah. Elementary school, no. I don't know what happened.
Okay.
I must have done something wrong.
They fled at recess.
Okay.
Do you have any friends from elementary school, Jim?
No, I'd say no. Do
you have friends from high school?
Not really, no.
How about from college?
Do you have friends from work?
I know the names of people who went to college.
I want to know work. Do you have friends from work?
You do have friends from law school.
I like to think I do, yeah.
You told me some great stories about guys you went to college with.
Let's not talk about those stories.
They were wild stories.
Oh, really? Okay, let's move on. What's on the...
Jim, you could have had a friend from school, but you ignored her. Signed, Harriet.
So you're so predictable.
Well into 2026.
What are you doing?
Already
Nothing changes. What are you doing on the show?
So this week, the BLO and the Boston Symphony Orchestra are both presenting Vanessa, an opera that got all of this acclaim when it premiered in the 1950s, won the Pulitzer Prize, and then kind of faded away. And so this is having its premiere on the BSO stage. So we're going to be talking about that with its mezzo-soprano and Tony Fogg, head of artistic operations there. And then Steve Sweeney is here. I know he's a favorite of yours.
God, he's a riot.
In fact, I saw your name in the credits in his new film, Townie. Have you seen his new film?
Yes, I've 100%.
You didn't watch all the way through the credits?
I've seen this film twice, actually.
He thanks you both.
For what?
I don't know. That's what I was wondering.
Can you ask him, please?
I'll have to ask
Thank you.
And then...
Are we in the
film? I don't think so.
No.
You're not in it, but you're thanked.
Okay, go ahead.
Because you're a friend.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Go ahead.
Soprano Jane Eagland is here. She's going to talk about,
She's amazing.
as somebody who has been on stage with Pavarotti, when is it time to retire? So, as always, she's leaving her filter at home.
Ezekiel Emanuel says never is the time to retire. He does. Good to see you, Jared.
Good to see you.
We'll be listening to the show.
Year.
Happy New Year, etc. Goodbye.
Okay, this is, thank you very much for listening to our first show of 2026. We're hoping for great things in 2026. You can keep up with us 24/7 by way of our podcast or check out our TikTok page at Boston Public Radio. Very clever TikTok page. Tune in tomorrow. We'll be back at the Boston Public Library speaking with CNN's John King, the ACLU's Carol Rose, the Boston Foundation's Lee Pelton, Congressman Jack. Okay.
Jake, we call him.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's not Jack.
It's typo.
It's Jake. How do you say Auchincloss?
Exactly like that.
Auchincloss. And NBC Sports Boston's attorney Casey, our crew. Zoe Matthews, Aidan Collin, Nicole Garcia, Hannah Loss, Maddie Guy ran our stream today. Thank you, Maddie. Our engineer is John Claude Parker. Our executive producer is Jane Bologna. Stay tuned for The Culture Show with Jared Bowen. Sounds like a really good one. Starts right after us here on 89.7 GBH. I'm Marjorie Egan.
Jim Browdy.
Thank you so much for tuning in.
Bye.
Hope you can tune in tomorrow and hope you can go home and make some friends.
Bye.
What's trending? What's interesting? What's going on around town? We're talking all things arts and culture on The Culture Show, next on GBH 89.7.
Funding for our programs comes from you. And Babson College, where you can advance your career with an MBA or specialized master's at the school ranked #2 best college in the United States by the Wall Street Journal 2025. Babson.edu/grad programs.
The Roadshow heads to Salt Lake City to see if any rare treasures will crystallize in Utah. Guess the top find on the season premiere of Antiques Roadshow, tonight at 8 on GBH2.
You're listening to 89.7 WGBH HD1 Boston. Online at gbhnews.org. GBH News. What matters to you?
I'm Jared Bowen. Coming up on The Culture Show, Vanessa, a 1950s Gothic American opera with notes of Hitchcock and Chekhov, composed by Samuel Barber, and about the danger of believing the wrong version of love. It earned him the Pulitzer Prize for music, proving that American opera could command the biggest stage. Now it premieres at Symphony Hall this week. The Boston Symphony Orchestra's Tony Fogg and mezzo-soprano Samantha Hankey join us for a curtain raiser. From there, what is a townie? In Charlestown, it's someone who stays put, loyal to family, to the neighborhood, and to the place where everyone remembers who you used to be. Boston comedian and actor Steve Sweeney turns that idea into his autobiographical stand-up film, Townie. A hilarious look at his beloved hometown where the drinking age is 12 and bank robbers abound. And we end the show on a high note with Grammy Award-winning soprano Jane Eagland. For opera singers, much like professional athletes, knowing when to call it quits is an art all its own. She joins us to talk about when an opera singer, or any artist, should take that final bow. That's all right now on The Culture Show.
The Culture Show is made possible in part by a generous contribution from the Fiducia Fund, proud to support this station's arts and culture programming.
I'm Jared Bowen, live on 89.7 and streaming on the GBH News YouTube channel. This is The Culture Show, and this is from the American opera, Vanessa. That's the final quintet, To Leave, to Break, from Samuel Barber's most searching operatic score. In his opera Vanessa, she is living in a remote mansion, shut off from the rest of the world, not quite reconciled to her fate, ordained by the lover who abandoned her decades prior. Those feelings churn anew when a young man, very much resembling her lover, arrives one stormy night. The result is a psychological opera built on denial, self-delusion, and obsession. Vanessa premiered at the Metropolitan Opera in 1958, played to sold-out performances, and earned Samuel Barber the Pulitzer Prize for Music. But the opera never settled into the standard repertory, despite its staging every now and again. Now, the Boston Symphony Orchestra, in collaboration with Boston Lyric Opera, performs Vanessa for the first time in its history, with music director Andres Nelsons conducting the performances Thursday and Saturday at Symphony Hall. Joining me to talk about it all are Tony Fogg, the BSO's Vice President of Artistic Planning, and mezzo-soprano Samantha Hankey, who is performing as Erica, Vanessa's niece. Welcome both to you. This is such a treat and such enlightenment to have this opera in our city.
Thanks for having us.
Great to be here.
And welcome home to you, Samantha.
You.
Well, give me a sense of your character is, I'll let you decide how much you want to say about where she fits into this family scenario and this love, but also knowing that it has these vibes of Chekhov and Hitchcock. Mm-hmm. What does the opera represent to you?
Well, I think at the core, Erica is like this really relatable character. I think that the audience will immediately resonate with just how honest she is. I think she's a really good person, and she's really open to love. She wants to have all of these worldly life experiences, and unfortunately, it doesn't necessarily go her way. I have to keep warning people, it's not a very happy piece, but the story is really gut-wrenching. It's heartfelt, and I think the characters are oftentimes relatable.
Well, Tony, what has happened within the confines of the Symphony Orchestra and working with BLO that you are bringing this to the stage? Something, as I mentioned, was so acclaimed but hasn't been seen frequently.
This is the beginning of a month of programming focusing on American repertoire. It's a festival we're calling E Pluribus Unum. And as you know, our music director, Andres Nelsons, typically does an opera in concert each year. So we thought, why not do an American opera? And we spent a lot of time thinking about which opera would be chosen. And I talked to many colleagues, and everyone had different opinions. But the one opera that everyone kept coming back to was Vanessa. And it was a perfect choice for Andres in that it's a work in a language that he loves. It's a sort of American verismo style. It's a compact piece. It runs just about 2 hours with intermission, and there are set numbers. There's beautiful arias. Erica has one of the most famous arias right at the very beginning, and you played just something from the final quintet. So it was a piece which we thought would suit the occasion. We also, the BSO has a long history of relationship with Samuel Barber's music that goes back, I looked it up, I think 1940 was the first piece we ever did. But we commissioned several pieces, Knoxville, summer of 1915, the Second Symphony, the Piano Concerto. So there's a long history, and so the sort of sound of Barber is somehow in the DNA of the orchestra. So it seemed a natural choice to do, and we've often done slightly less standard operas for our presentations. Last year, as you remember, we did Die Tote Stadt of Korngold, and then we did Wozzeck before that, and then we did a series of Strauss operas, more standard, of course. But it seemed, if we're going to be doing a survey of American music, having a piece like Vanessa was a good choice for the occasion.
Well, Samantha, what drew you to this piece, and how much of it was that this is something that people don't experience as much, and therefore maybe it gives you more latitude? This is a debut role for you in doing this. What does that mean for you to step into something so new?
Yeah, well, it's funny because Must the Winter Come So Soon is one of these arias that every young mezzo sings. It's probably on everyone's aria package. And somehow I never sang it. So I was familiar with it, but diving into the score, I mean, it's just so colorful. It's, as I said, Erica's incredibly relatable. You can just immediately put yourself in her shoes, I think.
Well, let me just pause. Since we've brought this aria up, let's play a little bit. This is back from 1958. This is Must the Winter Come So Soon, again from the 1958 recording. And you will be doing this on stage this week. Let's take a listen. So now that we've had a listen, you've been describing the feel, but what is that? How do you dissect what we just heard there and what this represents and why this has become such a well-known aria?
Well, I don't think that it was actually in the original, and it was requested, Erica needs a little aria. And it's one of the most exposed, vulnerable parts of the opera. It's simple, it's beautiful, but you just kind of see this open, honest character that Erica is. There's nothing that she's trying to hide. Everything's exposed, and she's just honest in this beautiful character. And I think you see that in the aria, and you hear it absolutely. But yeah, it's just the kind of score that I really love diving into because it's so chewy. It's full of color. It's a challenging score for sure.
What makes it challenging?
It's a lot to learn. Very specific rhythms, harmonies, where you're pulling your note from in the orchestra, and then I don't think that Barber necessarily gives you a lot of room for exploration in how you present what he wrote. He's very specific about the drama and the tension between the music and the text. It's all there.
Well, Tony, let me bring this to you now. What was a little bit of a history lesson? What was Barber doing? What was the opportunity that he had and that he realized he had in writing this opera, which I know that he had been moving toward for years?
Barber himself was quite a good singer, and he was the nephew of the alto Louise Homer, who was one of the more famous singers of the time. So vocal music was very much part of his sort of musical makeup. And he'd been thinking about an opera and had been searching for a proper librettist. And in fact, he was offered a commission, I believe, by Koussevitzky to write an opera for Tanglewood. And he'd worked with Thornton Wilder and James Agee and various others and couldn't quite come up with the right subject. There was even suggestion that he would do an operatic version of A Streetcar Named Desire. But he rightly acknowledged that often setting famous literary works, plays, you end up with a very wordy libretto. So he, in the end, turned to his partner, Giancarlo Menotti, who is equally famous as an opera composer, who'd written several very successful operas. We think of The Saint of Bleecker Street or The Consul or Amal and the Night Visitors. A very, very experienced man of the theatre. And so he asked Menotti to come up with a libretto for him. And I don't know how they came upon this subject. It was an existing novella. And it's very much, as you mentioned, Chekhov, I keep thinking Ibsen. It's sort of got this dark northern quality about it. But it proved to be, a perfect subject. And obviously the collaboration was great. You mentioned the premiere at the Met in 1958, which Menotti himself directed, and Cecil Beaton did the designs. And Metropolis conduct. It was like an all-star team that put it together. So it turned out to be a great success at the time and has sort of remained on and off in the mainstream repertoire over the years.
We'll come back to that in a moment, but we're talking about Vanessa, the American opera by Samuel Barber, which is being performed by the Boston Symphony Orchestra in collaboration with the Boston Lyric Opera this Thursday and Saturday. I've been speaking with mezzo-soprano Samantha Henke, who is performing the role of Erica, and Tony Fogg, the BSO's Vice President of Artistic Planning. Samantha, as you think about this piece, how do you develop her character?
Well, I think we're going to continue to find her in the rehearsal room. We just started earlier this morning.
Oh, you're fresh into it.
We're really fresh into it.
The dust was flying this morning.
Yeah. But I think with Erica, just being honest. Yeah.
Because we should explain, again, without giving too much away. Of course, people will read about it because I think it's such an intriguing story to let it unfold. But she's drawn into the psychosis of her aunt and this love triangle with this young man who shows up representing her aunt's prior love. And she finds herself, again, holed away with the family, with the psychosis. That's a lot to deal with.
But she's an incredibly strong character while still being warm, loving. I don't think that there's too much that I have to lay on top of what Barber's already put there, as long as I try and approach it with as much honesty and truth as possible. I think it will come out.
What is it to sing in English?
Ooh. Well, it's nice for a change. I'll say that for sure. I actually have a little bit more sympathy for some of my colleagues who have the privilege of singing in their native tongues, and I think, why did they add in these extra words in German or French? That's not what's there, because I'm doing it the same. Yeah. It's slightly old school English, so shall and just some of the word structures a little bit different, and I'll catch myself, oh no, I need to move that around, but it's very comforting. It's nice.
So it's not more challenging because you have the familiarity.
Oh no, not at all.
Changes.
No.
Tony, what happened with this opera that it had tremendous reviews when it premiered here in New York? He won the Pulitzer Prize, but then the reception changed when it premiered in Europe.
It got a very mixed review in Europe, to be sure. I think it was in Salzburg that it had its European premiere. I think there was probably an element of snobbishness about it in Europe. What was this American opera? And it was clear that its models and its inspiration were the Verismo operas of the time that would be well known to European audiences. So I think that's, in terms of continental Europe, I think that's probably part of the reason. Here, Barber's music fell out of fashion. He held on to tonality, to romantic styles and gestures at a time when modernism was taking over, and so I think there was the feeling that this is old-fashioned music. We do what place is there for this? Whereas in fact Barber was a superb craftsperson and wrote amazingly for both the orchestra and voice. But it was a time when the fads were slightly different. I'm pleased that we're doing it. It's had a couple of recent other performances. There are several recordings of it now as well too. So maybe its time has come again.
I was wondering too, you mentioned that he wrote this with his partner, who is the librettist. Partner is in partner in life, in addition to being his artistic partner. To what extent do we think that maybe that factored in, the acknowledgement that there were two gay men in the 1950s writing this?
Look, that could have been a factor, and the reviews always talked about there being friends, or I can't remember what euphemism was, but that could well have been a part of it. Although the operas of Benjamin Britten that were all written for peers were acclaimed, and there was no question about the nature of their relationship either. So.
Samantha, this is a coming home for you. You grew up here. You went to all of the great arts programs here, NEC, Walnut Hill, the course at Boston University. What is it to be back after you've been spending so much time in Europe on the great stages of Europe?
It's really been crazy and wonderful. A very emotional return. actually even walking into this building, I think I did a flash mob here.
Did you really?
Yeah. I walked in and I go, oh my God, I've sung here before.
That's extraordinary.
Yeah. So I not even expecting, I go around a corner and I'm just flooded with memories because it's been about almost 15 years since I've spent any meaningful time in Massachusetts. I was here last week for a concert with Boston Baroque. And it's such a joy. I've missed it. I'm thrilled to get to make my symphony debut here.
Well, I wonder if it feels not unlike the question I asked you about singing in English. Is there a comfort that comes with just being back here? Can you let your shoulders down a little bit?
Actually, I think I'm putting more pressure on myself about this performance because it's so special to me. You know, as a student going to see the Boston Symphony, you know, being at Tanglewood and watching Tanglewood Symphony perform, you know, this is such a special thing for me. It has such a tie to the very foundation of my music studies and my singing. So, yeah, I think it actually has a little bit more significance. Yeah.
How long have you, as I mentioned, you went to the great schools around here. How long have you known that you wanted to be an opera singer?
Opera singer, I would say it was probably around age 14. We're talking about it in the car. The first opera I ever saw was Eine Damar at Opera Boston, which I can't believe was dedicated to you.
My great honor, yes.
Such a small world.
This is the opera by Oswald Golehoff.
Yeah, I saw that when I was a freshman at the Walnut Hill School for the Performing Arts, and I thought, oh my God, I want to do that. And it was a Samuel Barber piece in my vocal arts class. A colleague had sang Sure on the Shining Night, and I said, I want to sing like her. So I have like all these weird connections. It just feels very serendipitous and perfect.
And at one point, did you know that you could do this? From that moment where you thought you wanted to, where you had that confidence?
I don't know about the confidence, but I've always had the burning desire. I mean, singing is all I've ever wanted to do. And I feel very lucky and very blessed that this is my life. And getting to come home and do it is very special.
Well, for us as well. Thank you both for being here. Good luck. I know you're just diving into the rehearsal process, as you said. Good luck with the performances this week. We're very excited about this.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Jen.
Vanessa is the American opera by Samuel Barber. It will be performed by the Boston Symphony Orchestra in collaboration with Boston Lyric Opera this Thursday and Saturday. Andres Nelsons is conducting. To learn more and for tickets and performance times, go to bso.org. I've been speaking with mezzo-soprano Samantha Henke, who is performing as Erica, and Tony Fogg, the BSO's Vice President of Artistic Planning. It's been great to be with both of you. Coming up, King of Comedy Steve Sweeney mines his Charlestown upbringing for laughs in his new film, Townie. He's next on The Culture Show. Stay with us.
The Culture Show is made possible in part by a generous contribution from the Fiducia Fund, proud to support this station's arts and culture programming.
I'm Jeremy Hobson. President Trump says the U.S. will run Venezuela following the surprise capture of President Nicolas Maduro and his wife by U.S. forces in Caracas. Trump also says the United States will take control of Venezuela's oil and sell it. On a special live episode of The Middle, we want to know what you think about this U.S. involvement in Venezuela. We're taking your calls live on a special edition of The Middle.
Tonight at 9 on GBH 89.7.
Funding for our programs comes from you and American Repertory Theater with Wonder, a new musical for the whole family based on the best-selling book and beloved movie. Wonder celebrates the power of choosing kindness. Tickets at amrep.org. And Fixed Dental, offering permanent teeth-on implants customized in their laboratory, enabling their doctors and technicians to oversee every aspect of the smile design. Learn more about all the treatments offered at Fixed at fixeddental.com. And MIT Sloan Executive Education, a global community of leaders seeking fresh insights on strategy, innovation, and AI. More than 90 programs offered year-round. More at executive.mit.edu.
The comments section has plenty of opinions. We have the facts. Trusted local news. GBH News 89.7, gbhnews.org, and streaming on the GBH app.
I'm Jared Bowen. This is The Culture Show, live on 89.7 and streaming on the GBH News YouTube channel. Coming up on the show, Grammy-winning soprano Jane Eagland is here, and oh, does she have stories about Luciano Pavarotti. But right now, for decades, Steve Sweeney has been one of Boston's most distinctive comic voices. Known for stand-up and one-man shows shaped by working-class Catholic culture. What, he's already gesturing at me. One where priests, cops, tough guys, and barroom philosophers all help set the rules. It's a place where loyalty matters, forgiveness is complicated, and what's right, well, it depends. His comedy is steeped in the codes, guilt, and loyalties of the place that raised him. That world is Charlestown, and it's the setting for his new film, Townie. Drawing directly from his upbringing, the movie turns that universe into a story about identity, memory, and what it means to stay rooted in a neighborhood, even as it changes around you.
Charlestown, 1 square mile, double-deckers, also known as Irish battleships. 3 Catholic churches, 1 Protestant church, 23 bar rooms, 5 of them with the same name. Sully's. Charlestown. It was dirty, it was noisy. Drinking age, 12. Charlestown.
You can catch a screening of Townie on January 16th at The Cut in Gloucester. Steve Sweeney, welcome to The Culture Show. It is really a privilege to have you here.
You know what? I feel, somehow I feel smarter just being here at GBH. And, you know, I got to say before we start, Jared, every time I see you, I feel like a slob. You always look, no, I mean it, even when with Jim and Marjorie, you always look so great. I always feel kind of like a barbarian when I'm listening to you, but this is such a positive thing because I think culture and the arts right now has never been more important. And I think this movie, which, believe it or not, I don't really have a big ego about it. Ian Barrett put it together, and Pete Fairley helped us, who's an Oscar winner for Green Book.
Yeah.
And it's just about a time that's no longer here. And it's about neighborhood and connection. And it's one of those things where I watched it, you know, and usually I hate watching myself. I mean, I like my acting, but I hate how I look on screen. And when I watched it at the Dedham Theater, I was able to like remove myself and detach, because it's all stories that are true from Charlestown.
Well, I want to explain for people how it unfolds. So as they might glean from the clip we just played, this is you telling your story, not unlike stand-up. There is a stand-up component to it.
Yes.
But you're also taking us through Charlestown at various locations that you know very, very intimately. And there's also a really, what I thought was extraordinary rhythm that, yes, it's incredibly funny, but it's also very moving and touching.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I was kind of a lost kid. You know, my father died when I was 15, and I didn't know what I was doing with my life. And I mean, I'm looking at it like it's some other person, but I mean, it's incredible, you know, the way I grew up. It was like, I saw this guy, you know, and I said, how you doing, you know? And I've been sober 33 years, and I expected him to talk about that. And he said, Stevie, I'm doing great. You know, I haven't killed a guy in 3 years. And I was like, this is what I came out of.
And that wasn't a joke.
And I, after my father passed away, I went down Longshore and I worked. And you never know your father till you go to his job. And the more I did this show and wrote this show, it became more and more about my father. And I started telling stories to Colin Quinn, you know Colin.
Of course.
And my friend Todd Domke, who says to say hello. And they said, you know, you should put this into something. And that's what happened. It just started. And then as I was watching the film, it's about a town, you know. I'm in it, but it's about a town. So the way I describe it is it's an Irish Bronx Tale, if you know that movie.
Yeah, of course.
Kind of a coming of age kind of thing, and people responded great. We had the opening at the Dedham Theater, and people were expecting some laughs, which they got. But then, I was just honest about that time and memories of Charlestown. And
well, we were just talking about opera, and your figures in this, in the landscape, is so operatic, the way you tell it, especially your family. I mean, these are the way you create them. They had to have been operatic figures.
Oh yeah, well, that I remember a friend of mine came to my house, and she became a big writer for Mad TV, and I introduced her to my mother. I said, see what your reaction is. And she said, yeah, you're missing half of it. This is unbelievable. My mother saw me on Letterman, and she thought it was Jack Parr. I ran the marathon, and she was watching it, and she said, why can't you finish with the others at 2.5 hours? And then when she was in the nursing home, my brother worked in Washington, so, she was starting to lose it. She lived to 102, so she's losing it. So my brother was the president, and I was always just getting out of Walpole, which was prison at that time. Now, of course, it's Cedar Junction, which doesn't really, there's Uncle Joe, he's moving kind of slow at the junction. Doesn't sound like a prison. So I really want to get this movie out here, and we're going to do it in Gloucester, and people identify with it. And then I'm going to do it in Charlestown. I haven't figured out where yet, probably the Knights of Columbus. And we just got accepted to a festival in New York, the New York Comedy Film Festival. And Ian Barrett, who directed it. And we got Johnny A., who's a very talented guitarist, to do the sound for it. And it's just something I'm really proud of, the movie.
Is there a reason that for you, at this point in your life, you wanted to look back and tell this story?
Yeah. Like, how did this happen?
Is that what sort of an existential moment for you?
Well, I also do substance abuse counseling in jails, and people make decisions between like 17 and 21 that affect them the rest of their lives. And there is a part in there where I was a half-ass criminal, but I was, I was bad at it. But I made crucial choices that, out of fear, of my father or getting caught or whatever. And then I lived a life. And I guess those are the years people think back on. I mean, you wouldn't know because you're 21 now.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
You always look that way to me. By the way, where's my tote bag? Gee whiz.
Well, we'll have them lined up for you.
All
Trust
right,
me, we have a few just lying around.
Thank you.
By the way, I did promise I would ask Jim and Marjorie this because I watched your film all the way through the credits, and I saw their names in the credits. They claim that they watched the film twice, and they didn't know they were in the film because they didn't watch it all the way through. What do they have to do with this?
Jim and Marjorie have always been very good to me. And you know what I did the last time I was on their show? I said, Jim, he's a great guy, but he interrupts.
Yeah,
so,
I've heard.
So I said, I'm just going to go in and take the whole freaking thing over. And I'm talking to the people in the library, and I point to the security guard. Libraries to me was, shh, you're in the library. Now it's totally different.
Yeah.
But they've always been very supportive. And, they helped us publicize the first showing. And now we got it out there for this next showing, and we're trying to get, and we're getting momentum for it. And people really identifying with it. And I just give all the credit to Ian Barrett, who directed it, and Johnny did the music, and Pete Fairley is an amazing editor.
Of course,
when
Fairley
we
brothers,
did Something About Mary, right? The movie in comedies, a general rule is like 90 minutes. Woody Allen's movies are all in 90 minutes. They had 2.5 hours of film, and he edited it down to 90 minutes. So when you were mentioning the pace, I give all the credit for that to Ian and Pete, because there's a lot more. When I do the one-man show, it lasts like an hour and a half, and there's all other stories and scenes and characters that we had to cut.
I'm speaking with Steve Sweeney, the comedian, actor, and now filmmaker. We're talking about his new film, Townie, which you can see on January 16th at The Cut in Gloucester. You had more of a film career than even I understood. I think my jaw nearly dropped in understanding that you had the opportunity to work with Rodney Dangerfield.
Oh, yeah, Rodney. It's funny, I was just talking to the woman who's coming on next. that I've had the opportunity. I mean, Rodney was great, but I've worked with just amazing people. You know, Christopher Plummer, I had a scene with him in the John Travolta movie, and Denzel Washington in The Equalizer. But Rodney was kind of a hero because he had a talent I did not have when I started. He's a fantastic joke writer. He spent 6 months on a routine that would go on The Tonight Show, and he was so famous. It was like you hang with him, and it's like we were doing a scene outside of USC, and this homeless guy walked by, and he says, "Hey, Rodney, I don't get any respect either." I want to tell you, it's rough. George Carlin, I worked with George. I did a pilot with George Carlin. I got to know him. And Peter Falk. I did a movie with Peter Falk. It's called The Money Kings. And I'm doing The Money Kings. This is in the movie, too, I think. This movie, I'm doing that during the week. And then on the weekends, I'm flying home to freaking Saugus, Mass. to tell jokes at the freaking Kowloon restaurant. And at the end of the movie, Peter says, "You know, Sweeney, I've met a lot of people, but I got to tell you, you by far are the most screwed up human being." So I got into acting when I was 19. And like a lot of young actors, and this is in the movie as well, I thought I was great because I learned how to emote. And as you know, Irish people, we suppress. Even Irish dancing is like, keep it down. So it's funny when you're on stage, and theater is my real background, you really think you're great, but you're terrible. So I had that Boston accent, and I'm out there, we're doing, what were we doing? Macbeth, and I'm out there as Macbeth. "Is that a dagger that I see before me?" Or Romeo and Juliet. "Hark! Hark! It is the nightingale, not the lark." And then the guys I was with, they were terrible too because they had the New York accent, and they all sounded like Jackie Mason. You know, I'm up there as Macbeth, and the guy comes up, the horror. I want to tell you the truth. There's been a murder." So yeah, the acting was great, and then I became a door person at the Schubert, and I met all of these amazing people, and the woman who's coming on next has
Eagland.
met Laurence Olivier, and I happened to be the doorman at the Schubert when Laurence Olivier was there. And you talk about incongruity. Now, here's the greatest actor in the world. And there was a place called Dominic's. It was a sub shop. And I'm looking at Olivier. I'm saying, Laurence Olivier is ordering a sub. So I'm kind of filling it in my head, you know, and he says, "Yes, I'll have a steak and cheese with extra mustard." And I got into it because even at 12, I was imitating people. And I watched Ed Sullivan, and Richard Burton was on. "Do you mean that a king that killed a dragon, broke him in two, and fixed his wagon goes to be wed in terror and distress?" Ugh. Yes. Now, I know a lot of people, you know, this is way before a lot of people's times. But so this is how it all developed. I was in the projects, and I had the voice, Richard Burton's voice, but I didn't have any language. So, you know, I'd just say, "Kick him in the groin, Fitzy. Come on, Obe. Hit him with a soccer shot."
So you could do the voices when you were 12 years old.
12 years old, yeah. I'm still doing people, and it leads to people hating me. Menino hated me, the mayor.
Oh.
Michael Dukakis wasn't a big fan. Mike Dukakis. I want to talk about jobs. I want to talk about issues. Actually, you know, it's a funny thing. Off stage or whatever, I would see him at different events, and we were fine, you know.
Oh, so he had his role to play as well.
Yeah, kind of. You know, we ended up doing this Dancing for the Stars at UMass, and I saw him, and we're both neighborhood guys. It was like, you got to take a joke.
Can you do anybody's voice?
No. There's a lot of people you can't do.
And what's the trick to being able to do somebody versus someone else?
Well, a lot of it is locating where, like the Beatles, for example. They were Liverpool. It's up in your nose. It's very important when we started the band. You haven't really gotten to know Yoko, so it's just up there. It's very nasal. And let's see. there's a lot of guys who are similar. Like Barack Obama was similar to David Brinkley. Now, David Brinkley is before your time, but there's this staccato to his voice. And this is how I learned, was I just watched TV, Walter Cronkite, and that's the way it is. Tuesday, January, and you just kind of stick it together. That, like the guys and women on Saturday Night Live, they have to do it in a week. So then there's different kinds of Southern, like Mitch McConnell, President of the Senate, Mitch McConnell, and President of the Senate, with Joe will do this, and Bernie Sanders. We have a $16 trillion deficit. 25% plus 6, that's 16. That's a fact, in my view.
I can't believe that you could just go from, I'm sorry to interrupt you, you probably have more, that you can just go to one to the next to the next.
Yeah, well, and then my family, I would do them, but my heroes in comedy and acting were like Peter Sellers, Jonathan Winters, so they do full characters, and that's what I do in this show. So I hope people come out. It is going to be, I think it's probably going to be the second last Massachusetts showing. It's important to see a comedy in a theater. That's why they never used to show them in drive-ins, because you're sitting alone in your house. It's a different experience. And this place is nice, The Cut. It's a rock and roll club. They're converting it into sort of a theater. Ian is, and the owner. And I worked there doing stand-up, and it's just got a nice vibe because it's got a restaurant in the front. It's one-stop shopping. You get a burger, then you go see the movie. The movie's only like an hour and 8 minutes. And then afterwards, we're doing a Q&A. And we did it in Dedham, and Gene LaBanche led it. So maybe there'll be a place, maybe a person from GBH that does a culture show would honor us with his presence.
Oh, okay. Well, if I give you the tote bags, that's what I get in exchange.
Yeah, and you got to bid for them, right?
Yeah. I think for you, we can make a special arrangement.
All I got in my goddamn tote bag was Wayne Dyer and Ken Burns all the time.
We have lots of Ken Burns and 3 tenor CDs still left over.
I love the 3 tenors.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Well, Steve Sweeney, I would be happy to do anything with you always.
Thank you so
such a pleasure
much.
to have you on the show.
You've always been such a gentleman.
Well,
and you should be on the cover of Esquire, by the way. I mean, you're always dressed so well. You always look great.
You're very kind, and you're making me blush.
Oh, sorry.
And now it's time to get to Jane Eagland.
All right.
Steve Sweeney is a comedian, actor, and now filmmaker. You can catch a screening of his new film, Townie, on January 16th at The Cut in Gloucester. To learn more, go to thecutlive.com. Well, coming up, when is it time to hang it up? Like athletes, it's a decision that can hang up performers, even the giants like Pavarotti. Grammy Award-winning soprano and culture show contributor Jane Eagland has a story or two about him. She joins us for that and more. She's next on The Culture Show. Stay with us.
Trade.
Huge responses from across Europe, from the Danish Prime Minister.
Climate. Picture this all filled with ice.
Security.
Not only do we need to end the war, we also need to prevent the next war.
These are global issues, and to understand them, you need a global perspective. I'm Carolyn Beeler.
And I'm Marco Werman. Join us for The World each and every weekday.
This afternoon at 3 on GBH 89.7.
Our programs are made possible thanks to you and PNC Bank, who believes when you pay attention to the details, amazing things can happen. Like when you check the pockets of a jacket you haven't worn since last fall and find $20. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. And CrowdStreet, a platform providing individual investors direct access to private equity, private credit, and real estate. Learn more at crowdstreet.com. And Celebrity Series of Boston, presenting the Tyshawn Sori Trio, with Pulitzer Prize-winning Sori on drums, Aaron Deal on piano, and Harish Raghavan on bass, January 16th at Berkeley Performance Center. More at celebrityseries.org.
GBH Daily is a newsletter that keeps you informed, connected, and ready to go every weekday morning. You can subscribe today and get it in your inbox at gbh.org/daily.
I'm Jared Bowen. This is The Culture Show. It's time for our recurring feature, AI Actual Intelligence, where we tap into the most interesting thinkers in our region because their insights and observations are totally original and algorithm-free. Today, we're joined by Jane Eagland, a Grammy Award-winning soprano who's performed on the world's greatest stages. She's on the faculty at New England Conservatory and is the president of the Boston Wagner Society. Jane Eagland, welcome back. You can, like Steve Sweeney, you also do accents very well.
Well, I love the English accents. You know, you go 20 miles, it's a completely different accent. And mine's a mixture of sort of northern, a bit of London, but it's definitely more northern. And, you know, I say Bath and Castle, not Bath and Castle, which is the proper way to speak.
Did you, as your career was ascending, did you work on your voice? I feel like I just watched this documentary about Jane Mansfield yesterday, and I feel like I've been reading this more lately. I'm reading this biography of James Baldwin. He cultivated a voice as he became a public figure. She cultivated a voice as she became a public figure. Did you?
Well, I did have to learn how to speak proper English, you know, as it was the Queen's English. So I actually had to learn how to say Bath and Castle because that was the proper way to say it. And when I was in college, which was in the north, in Manchester, we had what was called diction and dialogue classes, and we had to say a poem which was fancy asking Alice to dance with that brass band in the stand. She'd rather sit on a grassy bank with a brandy glass in her hand. But that's wrong. What you should say is, fancy asking Alice to dance with that brass band in the stand. She'd rather sit on a grassy bank with a brandy glass in her hand. And so the difference of those R vowels is, you know, a huge thing. So
I had that at Emerson College. It was Nancy hands the man the dandy candy. Nancy hands the man the dandy candy.
Yeah.
It was about rolling out your A's.
Exactly, yeah. And it was, you know, it was kind of, opera was very much a sort of southern thing and sort of posh people. And there was definitely a bit of looking down on me because I spoke northern and was proud of it and still keep it to this day.
Good for you. And that's not even why you're here today. Look what Steve Sweeney has wrought. But today we're talking about Luciano Pavarotti because as people listening to the Culture Show last year heard us talk about in a town in Italy where he had a villa, they erected a statue of him, quite lovely, in 2024. And then this year, or last year, 2025, for the holidays, they built a skating rink around it and upset a lot of people because you had to basically skate by Pavarotti. If you're watching on our GBH News YouTube channel, you'll see the skating rink built around him right now. It was even worse when the mayor suggested that people give him a high five as they skate by. But you have some pretty extraordinary Pavarotti stories.
Well, yeah, I think it's sort of a shame that they've wrapped it in plastic, as I heard, for the winter, you know, and so on. But yeah, I mean, I was very lucky to work with him. We did Turandot together at the Met, and it was a dream to work with him because he's one of the greatest tenors that's ever lived. And Calaf was not a role he did very often. He only did it twice actually on stage, 25 years before I did it with him, and then he did it with me 25 years later. He recorded it once in between that, but he was very well known for Nessun Dorma, of course, which he recorded, you know, and was the one aria that probably everybody knows.
Should we play a little bit of this now before I continue your story?
Yes.
The applause.
Yeah, it always stopped the show at that point.
But fascinating for me to know that this wasn't a role that he had been known for.
No, not at all. I mean, he recorded it with Sutherland. He sang it with Caballé, Montserrat Caballé, 25 years before in San Francisco, and then did it with me in, I think, 96 it was. But yeah, it was a little on the heavy side for him. And when he did it with me, he was, I think, 63 at that point. So it was very much towards the end of his career. And I mean, he sang it beautifully. I remember opening night he had a cold, but it was really fantastic. And one great thing about him, even though he sang some things which were a little on the heavy side, he never tried to make it into anything that it wasn't right for him. It was always his voice doing whatever it was he was singing. And, I was a little bit nervous about working with him. It was only my second ever performance at the Met, was my first night of the Turandot. And prior to this, in England, where I was still living in England at the time, my brother and his family were going to come and see the show. And we were having a family party, and they were like, well, tell us the story of Turandot. I'm like, oh, okay, whatever. Well, basically, this Princess Turandot has all these suitors that come, and they have to answer 3 riddles. And if they get them wrong, she has them executed. And if they get them right, they can marry her. But they're so difficult, no one has ever got them right before. So being a sort of game-playing family, my brother's like, well, ask us the riddles. I'm like, well, they're really stupid. They're
because you were playing the princess.
Exactly. And so I said, well, they're kind of silly. Oh, go and ask us them. So the first one, and this is a very rough translation from the Italian, but the first one is what it rises, it's like a phantom, but it rises, spreads its wings. The whole world wants it. Everyone implores for it. But then it vanishes at dawn. Every day it dies, and every night it's reborn. And so they're like, well, is it passion? Is it love? Any ideas?
Close. Well, I did.
Oh, you
I did
looked
some
at what they were. Okay,
yeah.
So I'm like, no, it's hope. Okay, good, great. So what's the second one? So the second one, it flickers like a flame and is not a flame, and it has a fever and it can give you a fever, and if you lose yourself in it, it gets cold. What is that?
The Red Cross knows it well.
So is it passion? Is it love? Whatever. My mother, who knew nothing about music and nothing about opera at all, goes, is it mustard? And I still laugh about that just the moment. And everyone, and I was like, Mother, this is an opera. No, Puccini did not write about mustard. Well, it sounds like mustard, said my mother. So I think this is one of the funniest things I've ever heard, and I'm determined this is going to become famous. And soon after that, before I did it with the Met, I was singing it with Zubin Mehta, and I was telling him as he was driving a car through the hills of Tuscany, he almost crashed because he laughed so much. When I got to the Met, I told James Levine the story, who said, you've got to tell Luciano that story. And I didn't know him at this point. And I said, well, I don't know. Would he appreciate it? Does he have a sense of humor? I'm not really sure about this. No, you must tell him. So the first rehearsal we had together...
And we should point out that James Levine, the legendary music director conducting at the Met.
Yes, exactly. And he thought it was a great story. So the first rehearsal, he said, Luciano, Jane's got a really good story for you. I was like, uh-oh. So I told him the story, and he really did laugh at it. He said, this is so funny. That is very strange, but it's so funny, and that was okay, fine. So on opening night, I'm having my turned-up makeup done, which is lots of black eyeliner and all kinds of crazy eyes and stuff, and the door knock on the door, and Luciano comes in with one of his assistants with this big basket which looks like a fruit basket, and it's all beautifully wrapped, and there's all cellophane and everything. It's lovely, and he puts it down next to me. For your first night. I said, well, wow, thank you so much, that's so kind of you. I don't really like to open it right now because it just looks so pretty. He said, no, you don't have to open it. I tell you what it is. It's 12 different kinds of mustard. And just the thought that he had thought of that. I don't think he went to the store and picked them out himself, but maybe. But I just thought that was really really touching and lovely that he'd done that. And then actually after one of the performances that was a matinee, we went for an evening dinner in a Chinese restaurant. And some of my family was still there. We were sitting at the table, and that maitre d' came over with a little dish of mustard and put it in front of me. And he was clearly so excited. I'm like, this is odd. And there was a card with it which said, "The chubby boy says hello." And he'd written that on the card himself. And on the back, it was like, you were invited to the announcement of the, 25th Olympiad. It was some incredibly highfalutin kind of thing he'd been invited to. And I said, is Pavarotti? And he went, yes, he wants you to say hello to him. So I went over and he was there with his now wife, Nicolette. And they were having Chinese food. And he was there 5 hours after the performance, still in his wig. Because he never took his wig off after a show. He always left it on for the whole rest of the day, and the Met wig people had to go and fetch it from his apartment the next day.
What was that about?
Well, I'm not sure. I think it took a while to get his real hair sort of looking decent. I'm not sure. That's what he'd done for years and years, I think.
By the way, do you read your own reviews?
No.
Can I read you your review from that performance?
If you must.
Well, it's my show, so I'm going to do it whether you like it or not.
Your show.
This is what the New York Times had to say about your performance. Ms. Eagland knocks us over, but with the most elegantly struck blows imaginable, beautifully focused clarity and brilliance in talking about your voice. And they go on in that review, but those are a couple of the lines that I wanted to read to you because I thought I was so proud of you because you're a friend and you're part of our culture show family. So, we'll make a little bit of a turn. By the way, we're speaking with the Grammy-winning soprano Jane Eagland on the faculty of New England Conservatory and president of the Boston Wagner Society. There also comes a time at which you have to retire, whether you're an athlete or an artist or anybody, really. Those situations are a little bit more difficult because you're in the public eye. There was that question that hung around Pavarotti. Mm-hmm. How do opera singers contend, or I guess singers in general contend with when it's time to leave and how they leave the stage?
Yeah, I think it's really hard, and I think it is, as you say, different for everyone. And I think what was interesting on the opening night of the Turandot isn't in Act 1, but she basically says, "Oh, chop the head off of the guy who just tried to get the riddles and failed." And so we walked out together on the opening night. I was pre-set on the stage. And we just were walking out together, and he kind of looked down and he said, "I don't know why I'm doing this." Oof. And I said, "Well, you're Luciano Pavarotti. You don't have to do anything you don't want to. You don't have to prove anything." He went, "Yeah, they won't let me stop." And I just thought that was very sad and very telling as well, because he had, a lot of people around him, assistants, music staff, blah, 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 that basically he was responsible for their livelihood. And I think that it was just very hard for him to just say no. He wanted to stop. And I can't really relate to that because I find it easy to make decisions about things, but I would never be in that sort of position when so many people were relying on me. And Joan Sutherland also, the greatest recording career, one of the greatest sopranos ever, said when she retired, "Well, I suppose I'm going to have to learn to drive now because nobody will want to drive me. Now I'm not Joan Sutherland anymore." And that attitude of, yes, you are. You're still Joan Sutherland. Yeah. You're still that person. I think for some people, they get so wrapped up in their voice and what they do that they fail to see that there's a person around that. I think there's sort of different things. There's the business you, and then there's the you.
I went back and was reading some about Pavarotti, and there was so much criticism. It's funny that you talked at the outset about elitism and how you sound and being judged for that. And he was judged for parlaying his opera career into a stadium career. It's funny, we were joking with Steve Sweeney about the 3 tenor CDs.
Yeah.
But he was big on PBS, and he brought so many people to opera. How do you look at what he did moving into the pop culture realm from opera?
Right. I mean, I think the 3 tenors were really, it's amazing concerts. That most of the first half was pretty much them singing arias. So, I mean, people were really coming to opera that probably wouldn't have done if it hadn't been for them. I went to a 3 tenors concert in Munich, actually. I was singing in Salzburg, and a lot of my friends were in the orchestra, and I went. And the first half was just arias. They were, Nessun all the kinds of things. The second half was a little more problematic, I think. The sort of West Side Story medley was never great, I think, and I didn't love hearing Pavarotti singing Moon River. But none of the 3 of them tried to sing in a different way. They sang it with their voices. My issue with the sort of crossover thing is when people are not true to what their instrument is and don't understand the style, and that was more the issue for me with the sort of pop things. But it did bring so many people to opera, and I hope they would go to an opera because they heard these great singers. And I think think, the other thing is I went to one of his stadium concerts in the UK. And of course it was mic'd, it was huge. And people are like, I heard people around me saying, wow, why is he mic'd? I mean, he doesn't have a very big voice. It's just like, there's 10,000 people in this stadium, of course you're going to be mic'd. And people just don't sort of realise how, if you're in an opera house, it can still be at the Met, 4,000 seats, but you can hear people without a microphone. In a stadium, you're never going to do that. So there's a difference from that point of view. But again, he got out there and sang opera to people that wouldn't have heard it otherwise, I think.
And you saw that change, you saw the influence. How much do you think those concerts and that concept changed the appreciation for opera?
Well, I hope it improved it a lot. And I know some people that absolutely heard it for the first time in those circumstances and then went to other things, which is great. And I don't mind it because it was legitimate. He never sang in a way that wasn't him. Whether you liked it or not in some popular music, that's a different issue. But he did give you his voice every time.
Well, Jane Eagland, it is always great to see you, and you pulled one over me because I tend to know a lot of what we're going to talk about, but you wouldn't allow the producers to tell me the
We decided it should
story.
be a secret for you.
And I should point out, we're friends off of this as well, and you've never told me that one, so that was a big surprise.
I thought I might have, but
no, you didn't. Always great to see you. Look forward to many more of these conversations in 2026.
Thank you, you too.
Jane Eagland is a Grammy-winning soprano. She's on the faculty at New England Conservatory, and she's the president of the Boston Wagner Society, not to mention a recurring voice on The Culture Show. Again, thank you for being here. Nancy Hans, the man, the dandy candy.
Fancy Escanales.
Thank you for listening to another edition of The Culture Show. Tune in tomorrow for Man Booker Prize-winning author George Saunders on his new novel. Plus, the creator behind Fight for America joins us. It's an interactive game that looks at mob mentality by inviting audiences to reenact the riot of January 6th. The Culture Show crew is Max Chow-Gillette, Kate Dillis, and Chelsea Mers. Our engineer today is Bill Piacciatelli. Brad Lewis produced today's YouTube live stream. I'm Jared Bowen. Have a great day.
The Culture Show is made possible in part by a generous contribution from the Fiducia Fund, proud to support this station's arts and culture programming.
GBH's All Things Considered is coming up this afternoon at 4, with Marketplace at 6:30. But first, get a global view of the news with The World. Up next, here on GBH 89.7.
Support for our programs comes from you.
And the Museum of Fine Arts Boston, presenting the luminous watercolors of Winslow Homer, together for the first time in a generation, of light and air. Winslow Homer in watercolor closes January 19th. More at mfa.org.
During World War II, a group of intrepid reporters told the whole world the truth about the bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Watch American Experience Bombshell tomorrow at 9 on GBH2.
Double your support for the news and information you count on through GBH's Matching Gifts program. If you made a recent donation to GBH, your employer might match your contribution. Visit our website at gbh.org/matchinggifts and check our list of participating companies. Many organizations will also match the gifts of retirees and spouses. Have your company support the trusted local reporting on GBH. Find out if your contribution can be matched. Visit gbh.org/matchinggifts.
You're listening to 89.7 WGBH HD1 Boston. Online at gbhnews.org.